All right. Stream is booting up. Sound check. Looks good. So,
Oh my god, what is that staff I wanted?
you guys were... yeah, there's some good items that I generated from
Which one?
ChatGPT.
Which staff?
He's talking about the druid staff that's in there. It was probably like the first one I posted.
Oh. Um.
Yeah, I don't think this was it.
No, that's an old table.
Yeah, this is pretty old. It has a couple figurines on it, though. Look at that.
Yeah,
It's got
I could
an aura
delete
on
those.
Taurus. Extras.
Ooh, the purple worm.
An extra ring sight in there.
Hey, look! Where's the ring sight? No, you need to delete that fucker.
I do not take kindly to this wording.
All these extra characters, you gotta delete them.
Oh, Chris, I forgot to mention.
Hmm?
I'm probably going to use all those failed ring sites that you made.
Yeah.
Maybe it's some evil rocks.
They're not exactly what you're looking for, but they still look kind of cool. So,
Oh, I forgot to mention one other thing. Could you just make a Dretch? That's it, just a Dretch, because I like the Dretch. Dretch is sad and twistedly, horribly cute.
it's a dretch.
It's like, imagine a loser, but he's also a demon, like a neckbeard. But I guess without the neckbeard. Every stereotype of the neckbeard, except there's no beard and it's a demon. That's what it is.
DRETCH.
Just all neck.
Yes.
I don't know if it's gonna know a dretch. We'll have to test it out.
DRETCH Dretch. Even if
I
it
was
doesn't,
playing,
I'm curious.
Subnautica.
Sometimes I just want to just give it random prompts and see what it comes up with.
I've been playing Subnautica the past couple days. It's fucking fun.
Yeah, it's a really good game. How far did you make it?
Oh,
I just cleared the and got the suit. Well, I just got to the point I'm about to make the suit.
The lead suit?
No, the prawn suit.
Oh, yeah. From inside the ship, you got that. That means you can go into the final area. Down into the trench. I don't think I ever beat that game. I got pretty far, but I didn't finish the trench run. All right, let me go to the guide here. Where we last left off, you guys had discovered a ancient ship that was lost in the Silt Sea many thousands of years ago when there was still oceans on Athos. This ship sailed across that ocean, and something happened, and it broke in half and sank to the bottom, where it rested on the bottom of the ocean. But eventually the oceans evaporated away, and the sands of time covered this place. But something caused the sands to shift and uncover this ancient, buried wreckage of a ship. And upon exploring it, your movements drew the attention of a very large and hungry predator that was down inside this pit of sand. With its tremor sense, it was able to detect you guys. and its tentacles are going to begin trying to snatch people up. So,
Holy fuck, it's Cthulhu.
yeah.
Desert Cthulhu.
Just to be clear, I have everybody tied up to me.
Yeah.
On a rope that I am on the stable sand.
What? Yeah, you're on the outside, and we're all tied up to you, and we yell at you, "Hold on!" because we might get pulled down. Where's my character?
That's where we left. Yeah. And I'm just gonna stay back here and protect you guys.
I was here next to.
Is this similar to the other sand pit maw monster thingy that we fought before?
I forget. Did you fight a Siltar once before? I thought you fought... Maybe it was like a black Siltar. This is a white Siltar.
You put it in the wrong place, I think.
That's where it's supposed to be.
No, I know, but it happened right in front of us.
Well, maybe you just had a tentacle come up, you know? Not the whole thing.
No, it was the whole thing.
Well, the way I described it, the guide has things happening in different rooms than the map, which I don't understand how they could mess that up, but, you know, I'll just, you know, work around it. It's in the pit in 8, but the tentacles come up in 6 while you're walking around in there. Whatever, you know, it happens the way it happens. So, everybody has to roll initiative. I guess we have to roll initiative for a couple people who are not here, like Orin. He gets a 19. And Soul gets a 14.
Ooh.
Nice.
You all can enter your numbers, and I'll set up the creature.
That 20, baby. We start out strong.
Yeah, it's all ones for now on, man.
Stop. It's gonna be good though. I got a nat 20 and I'm sitting on the outside, just holding.
Alright, ready.
Is there, Ninja? Is there an action I can do to like ground myself into the sand more, or like to like brace myself to like maybe get advantage on athletic checks?
Yeah, maybe. It definitely
I think
says
that's
that
what
you
my
can't
action
make
was.
the check if you don't have something to brace yourself against, so...
Well, I was planning on so my axe, right, that has a chain on it. It has a 30-foot iron chain. I'm gonna like try to slash it into some like rock or wrap it around a rock onto itself, and try to like you know what I mean? Like have one hand against a rock, like, or it's tied to me.
Alright.
Like the chain's tied to me.
Hey,
So
Taro,
I'm
are
gonna
you
be
able to get on the
braced against
table?
rock.
You're trying to do a
I'm
Spider-Man.
You want me to roll
Wait.
for you?
The game's not here.
Sure.
Where's the game? It's on the join.
You might have to open your friends list. Sometimes it doesn't show up until I open my friends list.
Okay, you're probably offline.
Oh yeah, and Steamy might
I
be
don't know where the
offline.
friends list is.
Steam.
Make sure you're off.
You go to
you're
the
online.
Steam page, and
Bottom
you go to
right,
the top
friends
left.
and
And...
chat.
What's your modifier?
For
Dexterity.
my dexterity mod.
No, Taro.
Nothing.
This is the initiative roll for Taro.
Are
Nothing.
we, Ninja, are we
What's
moving
the name of the
monster
room
or
again?
us?
Ninja.
What's the name of the room?
Dabbyland?
Yeah, if it's not showing up, you're not online, dude. You probably need to.
Yeah, check your Steam if you're
Steam.
online. Like if your
Steam's
friend
been
list
annoying
is
about that all day. I think I'm just stuck right now.
Alright. Well, while he figures that out, Taurus, you're going to go first. And you were saying you're trying to anchor yourself?
yeah. So my weapon, the one that the throwing weapon, has a chain on it.
Yeah.
What I want to do is I want to take it and I don't want to attack with the weapon. I'd want to use the weapon to wrap the chain around something and hold it onto itself, like, and then have the other end tied to me. Well, because it's already tied to my belt. Like I want to tie it around me.
I'm trying to think where you could do that. Maybe the hatch at sea or one of the doors?
No. I don't want it. I want to
Yeah,
tie
I'm
off.
stuck.
I'll show you. Hold on.
All you have is rotten
So-
planks on the edge here. Those will break right off.
No. I'm saying. So I have a line coming off of me, a rope coming down this, right? What I want to do is I want to tie off this way.
There's nothing
Around
over there but
something.
sand.
Oh. I thought there might be rocks or something around
No,
here.
there's no rocks around. You're in the Silt Sea. Like you step off the edge of the ship there and away from the giants, and you're pretty much just like drowning in silt.
How strong is Omen?
Large creature can carry a medium creature.
I tie off the Omen.
Little question there. Don't we have giants with us waiting by?
The guy doesn't like you to rely on the giants too much, but you know, in theory, they're nearby. You got off the giants to investigate the ship, so they're standing there. Hey, Chris, did you
You guys
get
hear
those
me?
models? Can you
Yeah.
Can you spawn those in?
Oh, there.
Can I ask the giants to
What is going on?
tie off to one of them?
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mostly need Malik. I don't need Malaking or Big Sham. I just need Malik.
Cool.
I want to try to
So I'll ask them to-
emphasize that one of the giants is not like the others. Malik is the prince of the giants, and he's been the most willing to talk to you when you've asked questions. So just consider that most of the talking you did was with Malik himself, because he's the most well-spoken of the giants.
Okay.
And so, here, let me see. He's real big.
So I was just saying, like, something like this.
I spawned them all
That's
for you to keep.
And he'll hang on to your rope here. Cool.
Cool.
Do we move the monster so it's in the same room as us, or?
No, that's where it is.
The monster has
under-
incredibly long reach, so while its main body is beneath the ship, its tentacles are wherever you're at, attacking you. So basically, you're going to hear a whole bunch of disrupted silt and a big groaning, beastly noise. Just a coming up from underneath. And then some creaking and then bursting wood as tentacles come up through the floor. So combat begins just as this tentacle bursts through the floor. And this tentacle bursts through this floor. And this tentacle bursts through this floor. And this tentacle bursts up through this floor. And this tentacle bursts up through this floor. Some of these, it's just grabbing a hold to pull its main body closer to the food, but several of them are going towards the party to snatch you up and pull you down into the mouth. So most of the tentacles appear within the vicinity of the party here. And one of them snakes in sort of behind and comes up right in the hallway, blocking the passage here. It hits the rope. Sol is knocked off his feet as he's yanked back by the rope. So he goes prone. Who's next?
No.
Who's next attached to the rope here?
Probably ring sight.
So ring sight, we're gonna roll a dex save for you. You would have +0 on this, but I rolled a 16, so you slide back, but you maintain your footing. So you're now standing over Sol, who's like laying in a heap at your feet, pressed up against this wall and this tentacle here. Everybody else who was on the rope also gets yanked back. Orin, not here. He rolls, and he has his footing yanked right out from under him, and he slides out into the hall, into here, in the prone position, screaming, "What the hell?" Morg and Grimorn, I need a dexterity save from each of you.
Okay. 13.
Okay.
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to? You'll go prone if you don't.
What's the DC?
What the frick is going on?
I failed.
We're all getting yeeted by a tentacle hitting the rope that we're all tied to.
Yes.
I am prone.
Okay, so you go prone, and Morg is
messed it
pulled
all.
into the space standing over you.
Sounds like
Okay, okay. So that's the
These
situation
are
you're in.
10-foot squares, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess technically you're not sharing the space. You're next to him. Adjacent. And Orin would have
Prius,
gone
what's that horrible flesh thing?
here.
Your mom.
It is a terrible, mouthy sand creature. We have fought one before.
Oh, I like that last image you posted.
Prius, what's that succubus thing?
That's what
Oh,
good description. It's a succubus thing.
Yeah, anything that your dream wants, from that thing.
She's here to steal your vital
Well,
essence, is what she's here for.
What did you put in the
She's the
What
queen
did
of
you
sex.
put in the prompt there?
It has 7 toes.
Oh, a
That
lot of stuff.
was that the prompt?
Huh?
What was the prompt you put in so that thing came out?
Oh god, give me a second. You really want to see it?
She's got some tentacly fingers.
I want you to tell me.
I just put it down.
In the future, when everybody's got an AI-generated like android body, everybody's gonna have like a Cthulhu mouth for a hand, because the AI is never gonna figure out hands. Just being like, fuck it, squid fingers. That's what you get. 8 of them, 9 of them. Who cares?
Is that supposed to be the thing that I was like asking for?
Well, I'm just playing around and testing.
Or is this
stuff.
just okay? I'm just checking.
Oh wow, that's a long description. Statue, polystone, full color, full body, articulated action figure, plastic. Yeah, that goes on and on and on. Who's Peter Mortelbacher?
Those are just the artists.
A lot of descriptives there. Anyway, Taurus. So your turn is all gonna be like handing off the thing and making sure everybody's secure. Is that it
I'm
for
gonna
you?
use my action to brace, whatever the action was, or I guess I don't know how you would want to do it, but I want to.
You brace yourself to hold everybody in
and I-
case they get yanked.
Yeah, and I guess while I'm looking at this tentacle, I want to just try to do like a nature check to see what it is.
All right. I'm gonna give that one to you for free. The Giants have been talking about these things for days. They love to eat them. It's a silt horror.
Yeah, maybe I would know what these guys were talking about.
If you look back over your shoulder, Malik's probably like, that's good eats. Let's get them, boys.
Oh, they can't get them because they're, out.
Yeah, they can't really fit in the ship is their problem. They're giants. This
Yeah,
is a
they
ship
don't
built for
really- they're
humans.
No,
I'll
what's
hold
up?
you if we can have some of it. I'm like, yeah, we don't know what it tastes like.
All right,
Yeah,
so
cloud ray. Oh yeah, so I roll that. Yeah, we roll that. What the thing?
you don't even have to roll anything. So Grimorn is next, and you got yanked off your feet. You're pulled prone.
I already rolled it.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
10.
Getting up. That's
I have
half my
trouble
movement.
remembering what they were talking about. This Siltar. It'll come back to me.
I see these two creatures. Are these 5 or 10 foot squares?
10.
10. Damn. No. Ooh, yeah, why not?
That's a big
Are the
tentacle.
tentacles large or medium sized?
Yeah, they're large. This is a gargantuan white siltar.
Okay.
I'm going to be casting something.
The Kraken of the Silt Sea.
Dude, how much pounds of meat is this thing?
Gargantuan would probably be about 32,000 pounds.
Jeez.
Giants would love to eat that.
All right, so you stood up. You see the tentacles.
Yeah, I'm looking for.
Let's see, you were in room 6. Room 6 is the galley. The ship's galley was holed by whatever sank the ship. Much of the floor is missing. You can make out the vague form of a skeleton caught upon a plank, and the silt beneath can be seen through a hole in the floor. The walls and ceiling show evidence of a fire, and much of the wood is blackened and scorched.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm looking for a spell here.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Is this thing an aberration?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The mighty Silt Horror, CR19, Aberration of the Silt Sea. And it's much bigger than your typical Silt Horror.
Is it related to those?
Yeah, they're all related. They're all in a family. There's
Oh, yeah.
black Silt Horrors, white Silt Horrors, gray Silt Horrors.
So, one question.
Yeah.
If I cast a spiritual garden,
Mhm.
okay, so I'm surrounded by 15-foot circle or a sphere, I guess, and whatever enters that area gets hit by it.
Tentacles
all
have
of
their
the-
own hit points, so they'd be counted as creatures that you could hit with it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna cast that then. Just want to make sure. I'm gonna be casting it at level 5.
What's that? 5d8 radiant damage?
Yep.
Heavy hitter. Kaboom!
And it's gonna stay around me, and it's slowed while it stays in. I don't have a circle thing. Do we have one somewhere?
How do you position yourself? Do you want to go to this corner so you can hit both? of them?
It's kind of weird because it's like
You want to
see
be
what I
in.
mean? Like-
You want to be in this corner of the square, so you'll be within 15
Yeah.
feet of that one.
well, I'm limited to where I can put it. Like it seems to be snapping.
Yeah, hang on. Options grid.
But somebody has like a circle thing, like for an area.
Here, I'll just turn off the grid snapping, and then it won't mess with it. You can more accurately
Yes,
place yourself.
Do I have one somewhere? Yeah, I don't have a circle
Mhm.
for zone for an area. Can you spawn one, Ninja?
Yeah.
Put it around my character. Okay.
Hmm. Can you see this here? Is that showing up?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so it does have like it can save like for half damage, I guess. It's a wisdom check of 19.
The tentacles cannot make wisdom checks. It'll just take damage.
Okay. I gotta adjust this thing here. Sorry for the time it's taking, but yeah. There you go. 5d8. I'll roll it there.
Oh hey, I speak giant language. How did I forget this?
Well, that's handy.
22 damage.
All right.
And it would be slowed as long as it stayed in. If it stays in, it's going to take damage again next turn. If it comes out and comes back in, I'll take another hit.
Why didn't you tell me that? I would have asked you to teach me a long time ago.
You guys knew that I've been speaking, I can speak giant since the beginning of the game.
All right, so you were already in the blackened hold of a burned-out ship, and you erupt with fire. The spirit of flame erupts from you in all directions, scorching the
Well, it's not fire damage.
tentacles. It's not. It's radiant, but, you know, it is a holy spell coming from the god of fire, so it's always going to have the fire flavoring, I guess.
Good.
But anyway, so you scorch the tentacles, and they dry up, and then... after you, Orin, he's going to stand up. And he's going to throw his 2 daggers.
I just say that because I don't want to catch the freaking thing on fire, you know.
Okay. He hit, and he hit. Does 17 damage to this one that had 22. All right, so this tentacle is going to flail around wildly and then disappear down into the hole. After getting hit with 2 psionic daggers from Orin. And then Ringsight, what are you going to do?
Try to continue being alive. What the frick was that? Okay then. Let's see.
You've got a tentacle that's behind you in the hallway, blocking your escape. You've got one that's in the doorway just to your right, and then your allies are fighting other ones that are in the room to the left. You can hear the roar up ahead in one of the other rooms.
This thing's just a big stupid beast, right?
Yeah, it hasn't shown any sign of intelligence that you've seen. Basically just lashing out at whatever it senses in the area.
Where's Taurus at?
He's
I'm
holding the
at
rope.
Entrance, holding the rope.
That green
Make sure
line.
you guys don't get sucked in there.
What was the last thing that Orin did?
Okay, so he was knocked down when the rope tugged him. He used half his movement to get up. He manifested 2 psionic daggers. He throws them both. Throw. And then that was his turn.
Haste spell on Morg.
Well, that's handy.
2 more.
You get that long?
Long?
You get cast it on 4 people.
Oh, sorry. You said you blessed me or haste me?
3
Haste.
people. 3 people. Right?
Oh, haste.
3 people, right?
No. That's, you're thinking about bless.
Oh.
All right.
And then...
That's concentration. So maintain that spell. If you get hit, it might drop.
Stay here. And then take out my Wait, does the Holy Blade do extra damage to the fiends or to the aberrations?
I don't think so.
Let me double check.
I don't believe it was the type of weapon that did like extra holy damage.
Well, it's when I attack an evil creature, and I'm not sure what. I don't think this thing's a moral agent.
Nah, definitely not. Totally neutral, unaligned.
Is the sun out right now?
Yes, you would have been traveling during the day.
Does it reach inside of here?
The old rotten hull of the ship has many holes and openings, so it's not bright in here, but some light is getting in. Let's
Then
just call
out
this all
comes
dim
the-
light down in here.
What's a slow dock again?
Slowdock is a special weapon. There's a page that lists all these. Slowdock, dark sun weapons.
I replied to your question there.
Weapons of Athos. Slowdock. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a special Terrax weapon, right? It's part of their culture. They make it. Maybe I should look up Terrax for that information. Terrax.
I'll just check myself. Okay, it's some kind of weird harpoon thing. Like a giant fishing hook of death.
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay, that was it. Moving on.
Is it my turn now?
Yes.
Okay, I look at Grimorn and I'm like, it's a good idea. Should light ourselves on fire, and I will transform into a fire elemental.
No.
No?
Is your character an idiot?
Why?
You're in a freaking wooden ship in the middle of a desert.
Try not to burn.
That's
the
okay.
place,
You're tied to a rope.
it's only if I'm touching it. But that's
You're
okay
tied to
because
a rope.
I cannot be grappled while I'm a fire elemental, so that's okay.
Technically, he's
And-
already in a burnt part of the ship.
Oh, from Grimorn.
Whatever.
Can you burn wood twice? Like, isn't it just like unburnable charcoal at that point?
But I can also not touch it.
Mhm.
I will move. I will squeeze myself into a 1-inch space and go through here, not burning Orn. And I will go and touch this tentacle and this tentacle. So
Dex
they
save?
will both take 1d10 fire damage.
Don't they get a dex save or something?
A creature that touches the fire elemental or hits me with a melee attack within 5 feet of me takes the 1d10 fire damage. There's no save, it just takes it.
Oh, sick. All right.
And I can enter their spaces and just stay there. The first time I enter their space, they take the 1d10 fire damage until someone uses an action to douse the fire. So they just stay on fire all the time now.
Yeah.
They also take the 1d10 fire damage at the start of each of its turn until they douse the fire.
All right, roll it. How much?
Right.
Just
Do I
hit
just
this,
roll it once for both of them?
Did you move through both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. They both take 6 points of fire damage from me moving into them. And then I have haste, so I get a multi-attack twice with my punches.
Okay, so they're on fire, they take 6 damage, and then you're going to attack.
Yeah.
So, transforming was your action. This is your hasted action?
Because I'm a druid of the moon, I can bonus wall cheat.
Oh, so you
Bonus
still
action wall cheat.
have
Yeah.
both actions
So I
to
have
use.
both my actions.
Interesting.
My first attack was a 12 to hit.
The armor class is 12.
Okay, so that hits then. That's 2 hits. And then this is my second multi-attack. 17. Oh, why is the dice just stuck in midair?
Welcome, person,
It's
to
me.
the world of tomorrow.
Yay! One less person for me to autopilot. Welcome.
Hello, Skywell.
Hey guys.
Okay, so 4 hits, none of them are exceptional. It's going to do 4 times 2, 8 d6s. 4, 5, 8. 8 times plus 12.
It's still Morg's turn.
Yeah, he's hitting. Making attacks.
Alright, it takes 4 whammies and does a total of 46 fire damage.
Ooh. That is pretty
Uh,
But I am punching this one.
Okay. You punch it right down into the hole and it disappears.
Okay. Did it kill it? Did it charcoal it?
You destroyed that tentacle.
Alright. And so that's my action, bonus action, and move. I'll stay. Actually, how much movement do I have as a twin thing? 50. I already moved 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I will just move in this door over here. Alright, that's my turn. C is not here still. So
All right.
you have to do it, Ninja.
Yes,
So
he is not coming, I think.
he's gonna stand up. He gets up from prone. And he's going to cast a defensive spell. Probably a mirror image, I think. So I'll say mirror image on him. That gives him 3 mirror images. I've marked that on his token. He can't bypass it. He's going to roll a... He's going to roll a tumble, and he fails. He tries to tumble from here over to here without getting attacked by the tentacle, but the tentacle is going to make an attack of opportunity on him. Go into his sheet. Armor class is 18. He's not hit. Okay, so he's gonna continue his move to this square here. And that's where he ends it. The Siltar is gonna let out a mighty roar, and it shakes the entire vessel. It's rather angry about the loss of a couple of its tentacles. Just then, 2 more tentacles burst up. One of them is going to burst up through the ground here, and the other one is going to burst up through the hole that was already here. Okay, so now I'm going to make a number of attacks. So, this tentacle tries to get Morg and can't, and will get burned. So roll me another d10 there, Long.
Okay.
tentacle wraps around the fire elemental and quickly regrets it as its flesh is burnt off.
He takes 4 points of fire damage.
Okay. This one here
Is
is
the
gonna.
grapple thing, is it also an attack, or is it's just the grapple?
It's an attack. That's why I took damage.
Okay. It can still hit me, so roll the hit. If it's supposed to do like bludgeoning damage or something.
Okay. It's got a,
Fire elemental AC's 13.
It's got a 25 to hit, and it hits for.
Oh, that's exceptional.
It hits for 22 damage, bludgeoning.
Okay. I will take half of that, so 11.
And then it fails to grapple you automatically, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm immune to grapple.
It's got an auto grapple, so it like squeezes around you like a giant boa constrictor, but cannot get a hold of you because you just squeeze through the gaps. However, you did feel a little bit crushed there by the bludgeoning damage. The same thing is going to happen to Orin. The tentacle lashes at Orin. That is a 28 to hit.
That will hit. And what does exceptional mean?
Exceptional means I
Over
can
10.
roll advantage on one of the damage dice.
If it beats it by how much?
10.
10.
Okay, so
10 or more.
what was the 28?
Yeah.
Yes, it's by 10. Yes.
Okay. So the tentacle wraps around you. It does 23 points of crushing damage, and you're grappled. So I'm going to move you into its space here.
Okay.
Almost. In here, Soul comes under attack from a similar tentacle. It misses him. He deftly jumps back into the doorway, and it slaps the wall with a bunch of its sticky suckers latching onto the wood of the wall and peeling the wood away. There's one that comes crashing down to grab at Grimorn.
Is it a new one or the same?
It's this one here.
Okay. It's slowed. I don't know if it's affecting it, but
Like the slow spell?
yeah. No. It just cuts his movement by half.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't matter at all. Okay, I've got a 20 to hit. Does that hit?
Yeah, just.
Just.
No, I'm. Wait a second. Yeah, it does.
All right. So the tentacle grabs you. It's not exceptional, right? Lucky for you, I rolled a 1 on that one. I would have re-rolled that. You take 17 bludgeoning damage and you're grappled.
17. Okay.
A 1 gives 17. They have a plus 16 to damage.
It's 2d8 plus 10 is how much damage he does. I rolled a 6, a 1, and plus 10. All right, who do I have? I have Orin and Grimorn.
Yes. So, Orin, let's he's got me! As he's like trying to hold his lungs out against the constriction.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
I scrabble walls trying to get hold.
Some of the tentacles, like this. Basically, the tentacles are just moving into the hallway and just plowing through just a massive tentacle. It's just a wall of them just ripping up the floorboards, just like in that scene in John Carpenter's Thing where the Thing is blasting the floorboards up and chasing him at the end of the movie. So, after the Silt horror lets out its roar of anger and tries to snatch up several of you, it's going to go to Taurus.
Hey! There I was. I want to continue holding the thing. None of them are within my reach. I'll try that nature check again and see if there's something I can yell at the guys to help them, uh, you know, assist them in any way.
What the frick? What's this
Anything that
proto Taurus
remotely
standing
sympathetic.
behind him?
Oh, on that one. Nope. That's. I'm just gonna continue holding on to the thing and try to brace myself.
Mm. Well, him having you attached to a rope does prevent any of you from falling in the pit. So you do have that going for you. So what he's doing is actually pretty useful.
I'm smart.
Because this battlefield has a tremendous environmental hazard where you are like 15-foot drop to death, where there's just deadly silt under you. And this thing's whole objective is to rip you through the floor down into the silt where it's very hard to save you. All right, Krius. You're grappled. It's a DC 19 if you'd like to escape.
No, actually, I'm just gonna wait for it to die around me.
Right?
But I can't really do much, huh?
You can smack it. Being grappled doesn't mean you can't move.
I think being grappled, what does that do? It gives you disadvantage to your attack.
Can I cast a spell, though?
Let's see. Attacks targeting
gonna
you
double-check.
are at disadvantage unless light or natural weapon is used. Grappled creature has disadvantage to attack creatures that are not grappling it. So if you're attacking the tentacle, you can attack normally. If you're trying to attack something else, you have disadvantage.
Okay.
Your speed is 0. The condition ends if you're incapacitated, or if the grappler is incapacitated, I mean. Or if it's forced out of reach, so it can't grab you. Anyway, what do you do?
I'll cast a Scorching Ray on it.
All right.
Just a low level.
A little aggressive.
No, it's like 3 bolts. Might not be able to hit it too. So.
Wait a second. How close am I to everybody?
10-foot squares, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet to ring sight, 70 feet to Orin and Sol.
What do I need to hit it? Like a 17 or 18? Does it hit it?
AC is 12.
Okay, so he's gonna take but the 2 first bolts will give him 28 damage.
Okay. The tentacle dies. You obliterate it. It slides back down into the abyss.
Okay. Now the other one is a critical fail, so I don't know.
All right, crit fail.
I'm not really aiming on anything if it's dead.
Well, how much damage did your first shot do? It might not have died from that.
16. The second was 12, and then is a critical fail.
Okay, so the first shot actually kills it. Would you take your second shot at the other one? Because that would mean you would have had disadvantage on that roll.
Not anymore. After the first one, I guess.
Okay, so you just fire enough to kill the first tentacle and stop?
Yeah, pretty much. That's
Okay,
all.
fair enough. All right, that puts it. The ball is in your court, Orin. What do you do?
All right.
Grappled. The difficulty
first
is
thing-
19.
You said DC 19 to get out.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now does that take a standard action to get out?
Yeah, that would be an action to get out.
So I can't attack if I do that.
You could use a bonus action, but I don't think you can bonus action dagger unless you make an attack as your main action.
Priority is given towards me killing this I'm brain. I don't know what that was.
Somebody's
Bong?
eating cereal.
Yes?
It's
Are you
terrible.
making a drink there?
Oh, so I was pouring some
Cereal?
popcorn into a bowl.
Okay. So that's a 14. I'm guessing that does not hit, so I'm going to go ahead and add a...
Armor class is 12. It does hit.
Oh, okay. Would you want me to still blow the dice for it or no? Actually, no. I get to know if it hits or not. That's right. So I'm going to go ahead. Now, do I get what's it called? Sneak on this? Probably not.
He has
mean,
tremor
it-
sense, so he's fully aware of where you're at. But
But
if it
there's-
was fighting an ally, you would get advantage, or not advantage, but you would get the sneak attack. So
It's denied its dex, so
you'd have to go after the one that Long is fighting, or well, I guess the one that Grimorn is fighting died, so that wouldn't work.
Yep.
It really has to be
can I-
engaged
can
in
I
melee
see?
combat with an ally for you to get the sneak attack off.
Long is where the heck is? Oh, Long is in
He
another
turned
room.
into a fire elemental, and he's putting off a decent amount of light, so you could see in here as well as you would under a torchlight.
Yeah, he's cooking
So-
squid right now.
Well, then I will go ahead and do that because the most important thing is that I deal damage. So I'm gonna go ahead and attack the one that you said Long, and I have line of sight to that.
Mm.
Okay.
Now, I'll warn you, if you don't kill the one that has you, you'll be pulled into its mouth.
Oh, really?
But he's
Little
attached to the
detail.
rope.
Well, there's no way I can do enough damage to kill the one that's on me. I mean,
I guess it's going to become a contested tug of war. It's going to be probably the giant
Yeah.
versus the creature at that point, but it will try to pull you down the hole.
okay. I mean, to do 4 damage is just not going to be worth my time. I mean, so I gotta go where the sneak attack damage is. I'm gonna do the one against Long. Help me, brother! I'll just plead as I send a mind blade out to. Is it gonna tally up for me or
if
not?
if you're attacking a creature that is not the one that's grappling you, you have disadvantage on the attack roll, so you have to roll again to see if you actually hit.
But does that take away my my sneak,
Sneak attack
then?
now.
You get the
It-
sneak
it's
attack
just
because it's an
disadvantage.
ally fighting it, but you would have disadvantage on the initial attack. So we just need to confirm that you did hit.
Okay. So roll. Okay. All right. Deal. I'll just do it again.
Basically, the tentacle that's wrapped you up is making it harder for you to hit.
Okay. So 18 is the other attack. So
Okay.
the lower of the two is 14.
You still got it.
Um,
Okay, and then you
and
did
so it's
25 damage,
25.
so the one in that room is killed.
Okay. Help me,
Yeah.
brother! Save me!
Yeah, I can,
It's
I
going
can
to
go over
eat.
there and burn them.
Help yourself.
Can I use? So again, no bonus actions will help me at this time, right?
No. I don't
Actually,
think so.
I know what to do. Yes, there is. Haha. I will use one of my dice and teleport.
Oh, there you go. Bonus action teleport.
So I'm gonna throw a mind dagger and blow one of my dice, and I will teleport.
You can teleport?
I'm gonna go ahead and teleport. Shit. There's nothing hanging.
Ooh.
You know what? I don't want to get too far away from my friends, so I'm just gonna teleport like onto like a ceiling. I'm gonna throw a mind dagger up into the ceiling, with ample handholds for me to hold on to something and not lose decks or anything, and something appropriately piratical and cinematic given the situation.
All
I
right.
can, leap from timber to timber. So I poof, and the tentacle constricts onto nothing, and I teleport up into the sky. Yes, perfect, over there. That sounds great.
My rope gets a little lighter.
I forget, is that a class ability or an item?
That's a class ability.
Yeah, all right. Psy Warrior. Little
Yeah.
quick teleport.
When you had me look into the psi knife thing, yes.
All right. So, ring sight.
Actually, so wait, I forgot. I'm okay. I'm fine now. Cheers, mate. I probably should have done that first. That would have made more sense.
Yeah,
Oh,
then
well.
you wouldn't have disadvantage.
Right,
but
right.
It was the same thing. Your first
well.
your first roll is the 14 anyways.
Duh. Moving on. Okay.
Ring sight, you're up.
There's someone grappled right now.
He teleported
Nah,
away.
he's free.
Everybody's
no
safe.
longer. Yeah.
Assuming these tentacles weren't here, would I be able to clearly see the sky?
I described that there are holes that make it sort of dim light in here. There's a little bit of light streaming in through
No.
several openings, but you can't see much of the sky. And
I
there's
mean,
also
through, like,
the silt fog also obscures your vision to about 30 feet outside of the ship, so you can't really see the real sky, but you can see out of the ship a little bit.
What is this thing?
Those are hatches. You can climb up there. There's
What's
like a ladder,
hatch?
that goes to a hatch that goes up onto the upper deck.
Wait, is this tentacle active? Because I can't. It's immune to being examined.
Yeah, all the tentacles are active here.
Okay.
6 tentacles
lightning
still in
bolt.
action. Oh, you're gonna lightning bolt down the line, hit 4 of them?
Yeah.
This could be game changing. Let's see if you can take out like.
Skewer 'em. Cook 'em.
Yes, yes, yes.
This is like a perfect situation for a lightning bolt. You've got like
Right.
four creatures in a line that you could potentially fry all in one shot.
Calamari.
I'm gonna roll 1 save for the tentacles. They all have the same saving throw. So, I rolled a 5. Max damage.
Do it.
Nice.
So I'm
Are you
gonna guess
upcasting it?
that hits them next.
The head is gonna freak out after that. It's gonna zap too.
I'm attempting to aim it so that it just kind of bolts off into the sky when it's done,
Let's see here.
without like hitting the ship itself. if
Are
that's
you able to do
possible.
the damage dice?
Oh right, I have to actually do that. Just a second. All right, that's not necessary. I'll just do it the normal way.
What is it? 86?
I think so. Yeah, that's it.
38.
Did you roll it already?
Ooh.
I rolled a 38. All right. Your lightning bolt courses
Alright.
through the ship, obliterating 4 tentacles.
Nice.
How badly does this
Uh,
Siltar still
Is
want
this
its
one locked
meal?
or no, it's moving now. Oh, that thing is not happy right now.
Oh, this thing has like 10 tentacles?
Yeah, it started with 10.
My advice is, go nuts. I say to Mord.
Alright. I'm gonna go
That's the end of my
super
turn.
thin. And so I don't burn any of the ropes. I'm gonna get super thin and scale through here in 1 inch. And then I'm gonna get bigger and burn this one. And I'm gonna start whacking it.
Almost need a new channel, man.
Oh, that one missed. Oh no, another miss. Shit. I haste action to smack it some more. Okay, 1 barely hits. Damn, my rolls are really bad. Okay,
Well, it's a you have. Oh,
2 hits, and so that is 6.
Ninja.
And
we
it
heard-
also takes the 10 points of fire damage.
Have we heard like the hell?
So I do 23 points of fire damage. Wham, 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 wham. Cook it.
Nice.
Like so far, have we heard the creature scream?
Oh, it's been roaring, yeah.
Oh, so we kind of know where the head might be.
Yeah, you have some indication of where the main body is. It's underneath you and further into the ship. Probably under the ship, bursting up through the wood. All right. Sia
Oh,
is
yeah,
going
did
to
that-
draw his
Did
bow.
the thing in under the bed? Did the thing under the bed move at all at this point?
Bad.
There were several life signs that were under the bed, but they have not moved. They've remained right where they are.
They're bed bugs.
There's 3 life signs under the bed.
Big bed bugs.
Okay, so Sol is going to draw his bow, and he's going to... I forget, can he attack twice in a turn? He's got some levels in fighter,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Okay, so he's going to take 2 shots with his bow, Twang twang. He's got +8 on each. Oh, I rolled a 1 and a 3. That fucking sucks. Neither of those is going to hit. One of them was a crit fail, and the crit fail table says that when he tries to fire his bow, the unfortunate circumstance is that he loses his balance and he falls prone and he loses all his movement and he lets out a curse. God damn it! And all of his mirror images fall to the ground in similar fashion, letting out a mirrored curse. You hear the echoed, God damn it, God damn it, God damn it. All right. The white Siltar is very angry. And what it does is, on this turn, it's going to regenerate 8 tentacles.
Oh, 1 tentacle, you said.
Ah, for
Did you
sake.
say 8 or did
Don't-
you say 1?
Okay.
Watch your wording there.
This tentacle that I'm standing on at the start of its turn, it takes 10 more fire damage.
All right.
Oh, you actually meant 8.
Yes, it regenerates 1 tentacle for every tentacle that it lost in the previous turn.
We must kill
What?
the head.
It does reset their position close to the body, though.
Nice. Now you can do a chain lightning in that room.
Oh, guess I gotta go
don't have-
burn the
I
whole
only
thing.
had one of.
This one died.
Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
Oh,
okay.
so it has
So-
less than 33 HP.
Each one of these tentacles regenerates. That's what they do during that turn. But this one that wasn't dead yet is going to attempt to slap Gramorn. The tentacle lashes you. I rolled a 5. It's got 20... 30... No, wait. 21 to hit? That hits.
Yes, and it takes 31 damage.
Wow, from your fire aura?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it still does damage to you as well. So you take 18 damage, and the tentacle destroys itself against your fiery body.
Actually, it doesn't even hit me because it gets the damage as soon as it gets inside the zone. I can still take
That's
the damage
hilarious.
since it's the swing, but
You got a point. All right. So that tentacle tries to get close to you and burns up. The Siltar, I'm going to roll a morale test. He rolls well on the morale test, so it doesn't think that you guys are that much of a threat yet, strangely. Clearly, this thing's not very intelligent.
Very arrogant.
Yeah. Well, it's just dumb as a box of rocks. It's got an intelligence of 2.
I want to jump inside that room with my bubble.
Taurus, what are you going to do?
These guys who are closer to me. Well, how close are they?
10-foot squares? 50 feet to Morg. 60 feet to Orin.
Well, wait,
Can I see that all the tentacles are over there?
10,
Like through the
20,
cracks in the
30.
walls?
Nobody has line of sight to the tentacles. They are all under the ship in the darkness.
Fuck.
You can still hear the creature below the ship making this noise like...
Malik has me, right?
Yeah.
If I ask him to move up
There
just a
is
little bit,
dim
I
light
can
up to
move in.
here.
I
60
want to
feet.
move to here and have Malik come up to me so that I'm within range of everybody, just so I can get a better look. I'm gonna try the same thing. I'm gonna try to remember
I don't remember
if
giving.
I remember anything that they told us. So I'm gonna try my nature check again.
I don't remember if I
Get it again
gave.
eventually.
Gave what?
Fuck, man, 11.
I don't remember.
You just can't decipher the nature, the true nature of this creature. What
This
could
one's
it be?
Different than the other ones, you know.
It's
I don't
too
know.
dark. You can't quite tell if this is a gray Siltar, maybe a black Siltar. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I moved up in here just to see if I could tell which one it was, you know.
You got silt in your
And,
eyes. You can't quite see it.
For my bonus action, I want to, since I moved up close enough, I should be within 60 of Grimoire now. As long as he can hear me, I can. I'm gonna do my shout, my presence. Which
I don't
Letting out a
remember
barbaric
if
yawp.
I gave Owen any.
Yes. My zealous presence, battle cry. You guys gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Go.
Okay.
Hooray. Wait, I assume that doesn't apply to me because I'm off in this room.
No. If you can hear me, within 60 feet, that can hear me.
What was that? Attack rolls and saving throws?
Attack rolls and saving throws advantage.
20, 30, 40. Yeah, we're on 60 feet.
Yippee! But
Hey, I don't remember giving Omen any orders. What is he doing right now?
Omen is hanging out just outside the ship
Yes.
next to Maluk.
It's
Is he
too,
doing anything?
Too big for his wingspan.
He's got on him whatever you left on him.
I mean, is he doing anything?
Not that I know of. He was just like an animal, just parked. Like you'd leave a horse behind at the watering hole or whatever. He's probably just chilling.
Man, lots of violence going on over there.
He's
Hey, buddy,
chillaxing.
what you want?
is it my turn?
Well, Taurus just went, so I think so.
Oh, I just don't know if he was done or not.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay, so I'm gonna move towards the sound. Okay. I'll move up to the door. And do I see anything in
Sure.
either of the rooms?
Well, you'll have to pick. This is combat, and you've got limited time. So let's say you look into room 8.
Yep.
And when you look in there, you're gonna see part of the hold. And part of the galley. It's like the floor is destroyed in this room, and you can see that there was like maybe a storage deck below it, and that's mostly gone. And below that is just quicksand and silt, just a swirling mass of quicksand and silt. But in the heart of that swirling mass, down in the pit, you can kind of make out the vague shape of a large hulking form in the silt, but you can't get a clear view of it. It's somewhat concealed by the silt down there, but you can see it moving around, displacing the silt. What do you want to do?
Can I fireball that thing?
By all means. You want to throw a fireball right down in there, right into its face?
Yeah.
All right.
And all of its
Actually-
tentacles.
I'll roll a dex save. The creature is not very dexterous, so it does not make the save, and you do full damage.
I didn't say the level, so I'll do a level 3.
I've been kind
Yeah, I
of
think
keeping track
generally
of
called
how much
the-
damage you've done so far, and you're getting close to its total hit points. This might finish it off here.
No, but I didn't say the level, so I'll roll it at lower level.
Yeah, I think generally you call it before they announce the spell hit or the deck save.
It's okay. I am gonna re-roll the 2s and the 1.
That is better.
39 damage. 39 fire damage.
Okay, the creature is angered, but not defeated.
And I move around the door.
What was that sound?
Sounds like a baby.
I don't
little
think you have any more movement left.
Oh,
You
no, I
moved
can't.
like 30 feet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
I
stuck in
want
front
my
of the
baby
door.
back, baby back, baby back, baby back,
Okay.
baby back, baby back.
Oren, and clinging to your perch on the wall there,
I sure am.
hanging
At
on one of
this
the
time,
beams.
I want to slide down now that the tentacles are away. I want to. Okay, now as you. Okay, whoops, that's Morg. That's not me. Here we go. I want to move. Let's see. Move 30 feet and get here. I'm next to Grimorn. Can I see the? Okay, I guess if I can't see the actual creature, I have to throw in blind essentially an attack into this, which means I won't get any sneak attack damage. But whatever. That's I think what I have to do is throw a mind blade into the. I'll just rapid fire mind blades into the silt.
Okay.
So I'm guessing, again, no sneak on this.
The creature didn't try to hide itself, so you're able to just aim at it and throw some daggers down to the mass where it's displacing the silt. And
Okay, so
its armor
20 on the
class is
first.
12, and that's going to hit.
And on the other one, it's going to be a 28. Is that a? I mean,
Totally
it's gonna be a
exceptional.
D4.
Yep.
Okay. So D6, first roll, and then I will roll the D4 for damage, but I will be exceptional. Okay, so 8 damage plus. And then there we go. So just 2 damage, or 6 damage rather. Okay, so 6 plus 8 is 14. And
Was it really 14?
14 damage, yep.
Yeah. That was
Pretty sure the math
that was
fixed
exceptional, so he ignored the 1.
Right.
Just kidding.
So I throw 2 mind blades into blades of energy into the silt.
You feel like you hit something, but you can't tell if it had any effect.
Right. And the last thing I would like to do is so with my bonus action, I'd like to. Okay. Again, inside this entire room is silt. Yes.
There's a sort of edge around the room where there's wooden planks at this level, and then below that there's a 15-foot drop into the underground where there's a bit of a cavern or a sinkhole that's underneath the ship that it's precariously perched over the top of. And the creature is in that area about 15 feet down. So you're sort of like on the edge or in the hallway looking down into the hole.
Right. Okay. I guess I won't do anything with the bonus action. That's my turn. It's here! The
All right.
beast lies here!
Ring sight, you're over here in room 5. Room 5 was
Ninja.
the captain's cabin.
My character is where the dot is, the center of the thing. I just can't put it on top of the circle.
Yeah, okay. This is another case of the numbers not being right, because 5 is supposed to be 7. So if 5 is 7, then what's 7? Main hold. So 5 would be the main hold. Once containing some animals being shipped from one city to another, the hold of the ship now contains hundreds, perhaps thousands of bones. All around the floor they lie, creating a thick ivory carpet. And that's in this room where ringside is.
That might be worth something. Ivory?
I charred the ivory.
Ringside? Taro?
Yes.
You there? What are you going to do?
Yes, I do. Who was shouting just now?
Orin.
I was
Ah,
shouting for
okay.
where the beast was. I'm in the doorway next to Grimorn, and I'm pointing down, throwing blades of energy from my brain.
And I shot a
So-
fireball in that room too.
And yeah, we saw a gout of flame go past us.
What room was the other signs of life in?
Room 7 under the bed.
Okay,
Which would have
ignoring
been
that then.
5 where you're at.
We had this life form, and
So
then we
it's in
had
this
3
room?
others here.
Oh, okay. Hmm. There's like a shield around Grimorn, right?
It's a spiritual guardian. Um, spirit.
It's only a
guardian.
5-foot radius.
No, it's 15.
Oh. It should be bigger.
Telekinesis Orin away from the, wait, is he hiding right now?
No, I'm just standing in the doorway, like rapid fire throwing daggers.
Oh, it's a bit too big there.
Hmm?
It's a bit too
I
big.
move you. I can't force you to. I
You
try
said
to
15
move
radius,
you.
right? This is 5, 10, 15.
Yeah.
All right, he's probably fine. Okay, better idea. Telekinesis Morg is how far can I move him actually?
You're launching me?
Isn't it like 30 feet or something?
Toss me.
Can be moved. I have to roll something. When you do so, roll your sonic talent die, and the target must succeed at a strength save or be moved toward you or away from you. A number of feet equal to 5 times the number you rolled. Alright, I guess take it. You're just gonna let me do it, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
trust you. Sort of. I don't know. I've never been flying before. What are you doing? I just feel a force tug me like, whoa.
As a bonus action, you can try to telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. When you do so, roll a psionic talent die, and the target must succeed on a strength saving throw, but he didn't roll against you, so you can move a number of feet equal to 5 times the number you roll.
I'm trying to find my sonic talent die.
Which direction are you launching me in? Towards the creature?
Yes. While I
Okay.
stay out of range of your weird aura thing. The frick is it?
I only
guess it
burn
would-
things that I directly touch, not around me. I just emit light around me. I don't burn
Okay.
everything around me.
So I guess this would be a good time to test my control elementals, huh?
Taro, it's a D10 at level 11.
Could I control
Okay,
you while
thank
you're in
you.
that shape?
I don't. Maybe?
It'd be pretty screwed up.
He is a fire cleric, though.
Talent die grows as you level up. It's a D10 right now. When you hit level 17, it becomes a D12.
The frick are all these dice doing here? Roll. Roll.
So
I'll-
5 times 9. That's 45 feet you can move them. That's pretty strong.
Nice. How long can I can you be in that shape?
Amount of hours times my joy level cut in half, which is I forget what
5
druid
hours?
level I am.
5.5?
I think it's like 5
Can I
hours.
move him here?
I don't think I'm allowed half hours. I think it just rounds down to a whole hour.
Okay.
You said you were going to
So
move
can I
Orin?
move him? Like I'm doing. Yeah. No, Grimoire or Morg. I'm moving Org.
You want to move Morg. All right.
Here. I know it says away or towards me, but I'm thinking like I pull him in my direction so hard he goes flying in the other one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So you can
And
move him into this
around
square in
here
front of
will
Orin
be-
if you want. You throw him towards the
I'm
doorway.
trying to do like a freaking fire-bending combination of a fire-bending dance and Emperor Palpatine hands, just chucking him at the doorway.
A hell of a shove.
And
pretty cool.
end of turn. You guys can just have fun in there.
All right, Morg,
That's
you
your
have
turn.
just been flung bodily by a telekinetic force all the way down the hallway, right in front of the door where you can hear the creature almost immediately 15 feet under you.
Can I see it with my 60 foot of light that I emit?
Uh-huh. It's not
All right.
hiding. It's obscured, but you can tell where it is.
Are all of these tentacles also in the underground level where it is? Or are they
Yes,
above the ship now?
They are all 15 feet down. They have just regrown out of its body. It spent most of its turn... Like, normally those tentacles would be attacking, but instead they just regenerated.
And does it look severely hurt after getting hit by fireballs and daggers?
It is obviously wounded, yes.
Alright, then I yell out at Grimorn and Ignian, fire in the hole, and I'll jump 15 feet in the hole, and I will start burning and pummeling it.
All right.
Actually, you can just... Don't you just stay above ground?
I cannot fly as a fire elemental, no. Only air elementals get to do that.
Oh, but are you held by gravity? How does that work?
Pretty much, yes. Okay, so each of these, all of these are a hit, and then, let's see,
You're probably going to need somebody to lower a rope to get you out of there.
Yeah, and I probably have to shift back afterwards so I don't burn a rope. Unless you guys have like a metal chain that I can grab onto.
I have a metal chain.
Yeah, he has
I
a
have
chain.
It's all the way over. I'm using it to hold it.
Okay, so you're going to do a
I have
D10 from
telekinesis.
contact and make 2 attacks, right?
It took 2 points of fire damage from contacting with it, and then 2 of my attacks were exceptional. The others were just normal hits.
All right.
Alright, so it took 245 plus 2, 4. Lots of math. 45 plus 8. 40, that's 53. It takes 53 points of fire damage to the face. I body slam and whack it with my fists.
All right.
Fire!
You're burning it up, badly wounding its face and its eyes and scorching all of its little antenna sticking out from its frill of a head. It really doesn't like that. Doesn't like that at all.
We need some sound effects, Ninja.
Oh, no, I didn't kill it. I might get eaten now.
Okay, so Sia stands up. And he goes 5, 10, 15, and he gets to here, and he says, Grimorn, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Bardic Inspiration.
The most trite, uninspiring bardic inspiration I've ever heard.
And we love it.
In a pinch. In a pinch, that's all he's got. That's a bonus action, so he's going to take the dodge action in case a tentacle tries to slap him. That'll make it especially hard to hit him because he's also got mirror image on. The White Horror. The White Horror has its beady eyes on Morg, and what it's going to do is a bite attack. Oh god, I rolled a 1. You lucky bastard.
Did it bite off its own face?
Grit and
That's
Glory
pretty hard.
crit fail table says you lose your footing while attacking and fall head first. You fall prone. Roll a DC 15 con save. 10.
How the
It
frick does that
Takes
work?
8 points of fire damage at the start of its
Rolls
turn.
on the sand or
And
what?
you burn.
Hang on. 10 plus 7. It's got a 17, so it made its con save. If it didn't, it would have been knocked unconscious right there and then.
It slips and fall in the silt. Okay, hold on.
It's like swim tumbling in the sand.
The Siltar goes prone, and it takes an additional 3 damage.
How does that thing prone though?
Oh yeah, do I take any bludgeoning damage from falling 15 feet though onto its face?
1 point.
Oh, okay, that gets cut in half, so I take none then.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, it rounds down the damage, so it's just 0.
Hmm.
Okay, so I can't attack one creature with more than 2 tentacles. So 2 of the tentacles are gonna grab at Morg with a giant slap attack. Let's
Are
see.
they passing through my zone? Like which arms are they?
Your zone has a 15-foot reach. The creature is 15 feet below you, so it's not touching.
Oh, it's in the hole. Okay.
With its attack, it's going to have a 26 to hit.
Okay, that's exceptional.
That's like double.
It is double.
And
It
the other
takes
one
another 2 points
is-
of fire damage for smacking me.
And the other one is 34 to hit.
That is also exceptional, and it takes another 6 points of fire damage for punching me again.
Okay, so the tentacles can't grab you, but they can hurt you. The first one's going to do 15 damage.
Okay, so -7.
The other one's going to do 24 damage.
You should try to morph into one of these creatures next time.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, then 2 of the tentacles are going to slap at Gramorn.
You want me to roll the damage they'll take first?
Let's see if they survive getting through.
Yep. It was a 5d8.
5d8 fiery radiant damage.
Oh, is it gonna die now?
It could, maybe.
It took it already from touching me and starting its turn. It took 16
Right.
points of damage.
One of them takes 27.
Oh, just barely enough. How about the other one?
We'll see. It takes 28 damage.
Okay, neither of those tentacles will get through. So let me see here. That's gonna get rid of this one, and it's gonna get rid of this one. I've got 2 on Morg. 2 of them are going to lash out at Orin. Orin, 2 tentacles burst from the floor, grabbing at your legs. One of them's got a 26 to hit.
They're still in my...
That is
Well, hang on. Before we deal with that, Krios has to roll 2 more damage rolls to see if they survive the fire.
okay, but that is exceptional.
Yeah, most of his attacks are gonna be.
No, that's 11 on this one.
Ooh, not
There's the
Emily.
second one.
Okay, so one of the tentacles is alive. What about the other one?
One takes 20.
Oh, they both survive. The other one had a 20, 30, 35 to hit. So both of them exceptional hits. Both of those tentacles are badly damaged. Sorry, what were those numbers again? 11 and 20? I should mark those.
Mm-hmm.
Minus 11, and I'll do this one. Minus 20. Orin,
Yes.
21
So
damage.
I got slapped. Okay, is it 1 hit or 2 hits for this?
Well,
for this
I'm
round?
doing them one at a time. The first one did 21 damage.
Okay, I'll reduce that to 11.
Okay, and then the second tentacle Oh, I rolled really low on that, but it was exceptional, so I'm going to reroll one of these dice. It's going to do 19 on that one.
Okay, I can't reduce that one.
Okay.
I am
Pretty-
just getting slapped and
Heavy hits
blasted into the wall.
and basically what it's doing is it's making you do the splits. The tentacles are starting to move apart, and your hip bones are starting to creak a little bit as your legs are hitting the limit of how far apart they can pull.
I don't know. It's seeing that anime thing with the girl splitting her in half and then eating her, the dog.
Oren,
What?
you would you
I'll
you got
send the clip in the
you would
chat.
have had the Hero's Feast last time, so I don't know if you have roll your 2d10. for your
Oh, I don't
extra
know
health.
about that.
Yeah.
So it's temporary hit points.
Yeah, for the day.
Okay.
2d10.
Okay, so I'll put 14 hit points back, but I'm still having a rough time right now.
Yeah, this thing's a beast. It's really dangerous.
We gotta kill the head.
Yeah, I might have to bow out before I get totally killed here.
You got a rope, man.
They
Run to
might.
me.
Yeah, I left the rope slack, of course, when I teleported, but I will be. I'll be getting out of here and playing support in a moment.
But you saw that as they are in the zone, like in my bubble, they are taking damage.
Okay, one of the tentacles comes
now,
up and
am I
tries to
taking
grab
damage?
Soul and destroys one of his mirror images instead of him.
Am I taking damage from being in this zone?
No. All right, that's the creature's turn, so we go back to the top. Taurus.
Hey, that's me.
That is you.
Are we? You guys got farther in there. Fuck. Can't do anything really, but I can still just try to encourage you guys. If I see the tentacles now, maybe I can actually I'll make that check.
You
Let's
can see
I
that
can-
Orin is in a really bad predicament with two tentacles trying to pull him in half right now.
Yeah, I'm having a bad day.
Yeah, but I can't. I'm holding the rope. If I let go of the rope, then I'm gonna go in there. I yell for him to get to me. You
Hang
know,
tight.
but or do you want me to? Do you,
I just think that's hilarious. It was like both of my legs, I'm suspended in the air, 10 feet in the air, being
What?
pulled apart by two tentacles. And he's like, "Coming to me."
Can I pull
Okay.
him?
No, I remember that the rope is off me. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
The rope's
Taurus
right
yells,
there though. So the
"Come
rope
to
is gonna
me!" I'm
be-
like, "Okay."
Well, look, the rope is gonna be at least to here, at least to Grimoire. So it's within grabbing distance of you. Does Morg have it on still? Or is he
No,
on fire?
I'm on fire. I think if the rope is like made out of hemp or something, it's burned off.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's still to at least Grimoire.
I'm gonna get out of here. That's my
Um,
plan. I'm gonna try and escape.
Can you
Until
teleport
you
again?
grab the rope. Yeah, yeah. So for my 6 seconds of talking, I say, "Grab the rope," and then I try to realize I saw the arm, and I'm gonna analyze for my thing, which is the +8. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. Let's roll this. Let's roll this beautiful beam footage.
Yes.
A 17? Does 17 discern anything? I can't see the face, obviously, so I see the tentacles. Can I tell that they're white?
Okay. You look at the creature, and you discern that it is a white siltar. They typically have 10 tentacles, and whenever you do 25 damage, it'll destroy one of those tentacles. But at the end of its turn, it grows a tentacle for each of the tentacles that was destroyed in the last turn.
Okay.
The creature
In
has
other
an
words-
extreme regenerative ability. It can
It grows them all back
regrow them
every
all
turn.
back real fast. So,
So
killing
in my 6 seconds.
killing
in
the
my 6
tentacles
seconds-
is injuring the creature, but they will keep coming back. You can't really get rid of them permanently ever.
So for my 6 seconds, I tell him, grab the rope, and then I say to Malik, I think it's a white siltar. You never talked about those ones. And
I
then
know what they are.
that's my turn. That's my end of my turn. That was 6 seconds.
This intelligent thing doesn't work.
And I'll go ahead and rage for my bonus action.
All right, Chris.
I'm gonna have to brute force you out of this by shooting a giant fireball into the head again.
All right.
And I don't care that you're in there more because you're a fire elemental.
The gaping maw of the creature opens wider and wider as if to take a massive bite of Morg down there, and then you just hurl a fireball into the open mouth.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do it level 5 this time.
Maximum fireball.
Oh, it could be bigger, but yeah. Here he comes. Reroll. Oh god, that's gonna hurt. 42. I'm gonna reroll 2 of the dice.
So what the frick did I just watch, Chris or James? Because I don't understand why this was made.
47
Why?
damage.
What was?
Can just give me some context. My brain can leave it alone, please.
Fireball.
I ran
Sorry.
in this room and I'm
Sorry.
punching this thing as a fire elemental.
No, I mean for the horrible horror dog gargoyle thing. Because my brain's not going to be able to leave that alone until I know it's
Oh, you're asking about that. Okay, so Ninja was saying that Orin was being grabbed by both of his legs by
No,
two
I
different
know.
tentacles.
I know why you showed it. I just don't understand why it happened.
Oh man, Blood is such a mean anime.
It's an anime about demons eating humans.
There are some anime that are just straight up mean spirited. Like the things that happen to people in that show are horrible.
Okay, so just evil things like ha ha ha. It's the part you don't see where the evil cult leader is tricking the people and sacrificing them to the blah 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 blah.
I don't know. I think in Japan
Okay.
they've had like a running competition for years to see who could make like the most disgusting thing. Blood Sea definitely was a runner up for that. What's another good one? Like Elfenlied's a real gore anime.
All right,
Nisha?
random needless morbidity. Got it. Filed
Yeah,
away. Moving
Basically, yeah.
I did 47 fire damage to the head.
Okay. You hurl a huge fireball in. The creature is engulfed in flames. It burns to death. The entire time, it was still too stupid to realize it probably should have ran away, and it dies.
Yay!
You now have
on. Wait, what killed it?
thousands of pounds of freshly cooked silt horror tentacle.
Fireball.
Wait,
Biggest
what
fireball.
specifically killed it?
5th level fireball.
Okay, I'm gonna just try to telepath. Oh, okay. That is a sufficiently epic way to kill it,
Yeah.
especially since the guy who's on fire is down there.
Yeah.
So with combat over, I sort of telekinetically coax him out of that hole.
Oh, so you help him out of the hole. I'll bring you to the room here.
Yes.
He's 15 feet down. You need to roll at least a 3 on the d10.
Uh-oh, my laptop wants a break from this heavy, intensive process.
There. I've got a d10. 9.
Uh-oh. Oh, feel okay. I can still leave.
We'll have a good meal, I think, and the
I just
giants
have
are are gonna love this, no?
I yell to the to Malik and I say, I think it just went limp. And I tell him, you think you're well, it looks like some good eating. You think your guys will help us drag this thing out of there? They can eat as much as they want.
Malik is gonna say, me like Siltar. Siltar tentacle is yum. Bring Siltar tentacle. Me put in pack. Carry in big sack. Sack of tentacle. Much delicious. Eat tomorrow. Yum.
I'll take a bite at it and just to try the just to
The
try and see
flamed
what
one.
it tastes like. I have
It's savory. A little bit bland. Feels like it needs spices.
no idea. Is it chewy?
If it's been cooked right, no.
Well, I tried the one that got electrified first, and then the burned one.
Yeah, the electric one, hard as a rock, very chewy. The seared, the heavily seared and cooked one, kind of tender.
It's a good meal.
Apparently the laptop wasn't charging properly. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
That's good.
Okay, so to get you guys back on track, you
I think I
had, you had investigated the ship a little bit. There's still things to look at in room 7 and 9.
Yeah, we'll go.
Do
to
any of us have spices like that? I'm kind of
maybe.
wondering if we could show the giants some.
The giants, they'll tell you, like Malik will tell you. Yes, Lake Island, rich in spice, grow many kind of spice. Put on tentacle, make delicious and spicy and hot.
I like spice.
He's
think we'll
describing
take a-
some sort of spicy glaze made from a hot pepper.
I like spice.
Yeah.
I guess we'll take a look in room 9.
So I come back down from being forced splits, and I want to take my ceremonial, well, not really ceremonial, but my army sword and slice it up a little bit, get some aggression out, and then go ahead and work on cutting it into nice strips and curing them for the giants here.
I think the giants will just eat it raw.
They probably do. They probably do. But I don't know. I feel some kind of appreciation.
They've been dragging us through a freaking desert for 2 days now.
Okay, so Grimorn and Oren, you step into 9. You're sort of near the front of the ship. The shape of the front of the ship is kind of wrong, though. There's like a wall in front of you. In the room, you can see there's some broken bits of wood, various holes in the floor that you're going to have to navigate around where the tentacles have broken up and through. You can see some portholes and holes in the ceiling. You just passed under one of the hatches that went up to the upper deck.
There must be something behind this wall.
Can I do an investigate, right?
All right.
So that's going to be... Whoops. There we go.
It's like a square wall instead of being a point.
Yeah, it seems, magical maybe? Like it just put out of play. Oh, come on now. No, that's not. That's a 18 minimum roll.
An 18. You notice it's kind of hard to see. Very well crafted. There's a secret door right in the middle of the wall.
Oh, okay. It's like that kind of weirdness. Understood.
It doesn't have a handle, but it looks as if you can sort of like press in and then slide it to the side, and it goes into a hidden compartment in the front of the ship.
So after padding around on this wall, I find that I can press this panel in, and it slides, and I want to check for traps first. Now that I found it.
Who's eating chips?
Popcorn.
22. Any traps?
You check carefully for traps, and after a brief investigation, you determine it doesn't look like there's any trap here.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and push inwards and keep my mind ready.
Okay.
Wait, can I? I've been keeping my trap shut for a bit.
Yeah.
I ask Taurus to come with me over to room 7.
Can't go in there. I'm gonna fucking slide.
Why?
Too big.
Alright.
Too big.
Alright, I asked one of you to accompany me to room 7.
Soul probably can.
Okay.
And Morg.
Still helps.
I am still a
Alright.
fire elemental.
Yeah, are you lighting the ship on fire?
I'm in the sand, or in the
Oh,
silt, on
okay.
top of the silt.
I pulled,
What is it? Siltseer's?
Yeah.
Silthor's body. I am cooking it.
I pulled you. I helped to pull you out, remember?
What do you need, Ringsight?
Oh, you did? You have metal chain?
I just. No, I have telekinesis.
Oh, that works.
Where did you place him when you lifted him up? Just like on the ledge here?
Is there a burnt piece of ledge?
Yeah, this, Well, actually, no, this room wasn't burnt. It was the other room here. 6 was burnt.
I mean, Grimorn threw a 20-foot radius fireball in here, so it might be a tiny bit burned.
I don't know. Heat rises, so maybe hop around. Don't stay in one spot too long.
Whatever. Just whatever doesn't burn the ship down. That's what I do.
Sol is
I
going to
just
look
need someone to
around,
watch
and
me while-
he's going to go into this room and say, didn't you say there was something in here? What's that under the bed? It looks like a box, maybe?
Hang on. Wait, is he pointing to the room with the life forms in it?
Yeah, it's under the bed.
Okay. I just tell him to watch it in case whatever it is leaps to attack or something. And I'll send it one last message.
He's still got his bow
I'm
out and
going
ready
to-
in case he needs to shoot something.
Okay. I'm going to lift the sheet now. Don't attack. And I mage hand up the sheet.
Okay. You reveal a box that's under the bed when you move the bed sheet away.
Okay. I'm going to remove the box lid. Don't attack. I know I might be seeming pretty freaking paranoid right now, but it's a mysterious living organism on a dead ship in the middle of nowhere. It feels very suspicious.
When you touch the chest, 3 large and angry scorpions will burst forth from it, stinging wildly at your manipulating telekinetic hand. Obviously, they can't hit it or hurt it or do
Yes.
anything to it, but they have revealed themselves. Angry scorpions, 3 of them.
How deadly do these scorpions look?
Very poisonous.
Okay, the box goes back on. If that works.
No, now that
I
they've been
don't-
angered, they're just out in the room walking around.
Okay, that room gets to be left alone for a while, and I just tell Soul to frickin' watch them in case they come over here.
You got a
Why,
fire elemental that could just jump on them.
Oh yeah. All right. Just destroy them if they become a problem. I want to see if giants have a taste for scorpion.
They're very small, and they don't go far from their homes, so they stay near the box. They're all right here, in front of the box, in front of the bed.
I don't think you can poison
The
a fire
frick do they
elemental.
even
Huh?
eat?
No, I'm immune to poison as a fire elemental.
That's
You-
pretty handy.
Should
What
I
the
should
hell
I
do
just
they
cook them?
even eat? No, hold on.
What do
I'm
the
trying to
scorpions
think
eat?
Yeah, it's like there's nothing here.
Bugs?
Yeah, the other bugs.
There's other organisms in here. I thought they were just random scorpions in a box.
That's pretty much what it is, random scorpions in a box, yeah. You haven't really investigated the box, though.
Believe
There
it.
might be more to it.
All right, fine. I move the. Wait, If I start moving the box, do they react to that?
Oh yeah, they live in the box. They're real angry when you move it.
Hey, wait a second.
Alright,
Don't
well,
forget
they can't.
Morg. You do have that staff, and you could control them by making them giant scorpions.
Do we want giant scorpions?
Well, they obey you.
Yeah,
They're
that don't sound
creatures.
very useful to me.
In combat, they could.
At any rate, hang on a second. There's a druid here. Can't you talk to them?
I'll note that if you have a jar, like an empty
No.
bottle with a stopper, you could possibly capture one, keep it.
I don't have one of those, and I don't have speak with animals. At least not prepared, anyways.
Whatever. Something to remember in case we want scorpion poison. Free scorpion poison somewhere. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it might be
Anyway,
something to interest Orin, right? You want some poison, Orin?
I would not mind, but
I think
Yes.
if Morg burns them with his fire elemental body, it's probably not going to leave anything to harvest. So that's something to consider.
I got high level of nature, so,
So
I
yeah,
could
I
use
just-
survival.
I'm just gonna hide and turn the box over and examine it from afar, so they don't know that I'm the one doing it.
Okay,
Because I don't
well,
know
I can
science.
just kill them from a distance with my mind.
Well, I don't want them dead is the issue.
Oh,
They might be more useful. It feels weird and random that there's just scorpions here, and I guess there's not necessarily a reason like they might be useful, but it's like it feels like a waste to just destroy some free scorpions. Is my logic.
you know what? You're right. Okay, I will let them. You know what? I can't use poison that much anyway. Most of my daggers fly from my mind anyway. You know what? Okay, I let them live.
Ninja, I'm gonna.
So yeah, just scan the box really quick just to see what if there's any additional context.
I'm gonna cast the detect magic from where I'm at, a ninja.
Okay. Okay, so I didn't really describe this room when you open the secret store. When you open it up, you're amazed when you open the door and discover a small armory and store.
Ooh.
Almost entirely untouched by the ravages of age. You opened the door and a sudden rush of air proved that the chamber had not been open to the air for centuries. Much of the equipment in the room is still in perfect condition.
Wow. Is there anything in like that glows in there?
Okay. Almost imperceptible, but the very air in the room is magical. You're actually seeing a creature. There's an air elemental in the room.
Oh,
It's pretty well hidden, but it's a magical creature made of air. And it's just standing right there in the room. It hasn't budged, it hasn't moved, it hasn't done anything because you're still outside.
I put my hand on Oren's shoulder
Hmm?
so you don't step in, and I tell you there's an elemental hiding in this room. It might be protecting something.
Interesting.
There's a what?
Do I feel
There's an elemental in the room.
There is an
Air
air
elemental.
elemental standing guard over a very ancient weapon and armory that contains metal, longswords, maces, battle axes, daggers, steel-tipped arrows, sets of leather armor, sets of chainmail,
Whoa.
longbows, potions, all
Okay,
sorts
alright,
of
alright,
things.
wait,
Whoa,
stop,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
pause.
whoa, 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 whoa.
No, shush, no, stop.
You guys
Do
are
I
not
know
even.
that these are there?
You guys are not even nearby.
Yeah, this is basically just Orin and Grimorn. They just opened the secret door quietly, and they're looking in, and Grimorn says, "Wait, I see something," and there's just an air elemental standing right there.
Okay.
Should we
One
try
thing.
to talk to it?
Do I feel the air is magical, or is that the only Grimoire feels?
Only he can see it with his glowing eyes.
Okay. So I don't feel anything else.
We can try to communicate with it. It could.
Um,
It could be. It could comprehend what we're saying, maybe.
You could try to communicate with it. I will hold. What do you suggest, my friend?
I say we don't surprise it, and we just try to see what it's doing there. At least
Okay.
try
Hey,
that.
little buddy, what you doing here? All alone.
We don't have to go in aggressive.
Okay, did I hear that sentence?
Yes.
You are 70 feet away. You hear mumbles in the distance.
You can't be everywhere, man.
I literally could. You could tell me what you're doing.
He really
No,
wants
He
to
can
more
know.
yell it out, but he doesn't want to surprise the
I'm
elder.
concentrating on something.
Yeah, it's kind
Well,
of a
I
thing,
don't
man.
wanna. I don't wanna.
People have
So anyway-
secrets.
Okay. So I'm gonna wait on you to go ahead and make the first move then.
I will just say hello.
Are you talking to me?
No.
Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
There's no response other than a subtle shifting of the wind in the room.
What are you doing in this in the corner? I can see you. We don't want you in the arm.
I want to assume, by the way, that while they're doing this, I'm talking to Malik about that white sitar, and he's giving me the 411 on it.
Oh, you want to know more about the beast?
I might just continue to roll that check until I make it, you know?
Malik will tell you, the Siltar, the most common Siltars, the ones lurking closest to the shore. Those are characterized by their pale white tentacles. Explorers who venture out into the Silt Sea sometimes bring reports of larger, more dangerous breeds like that one that you just encountered. Such stories include forests of brown or gray tentacles, horrors so large they dwarf the city-states.
Oh, wow.
Does it react to the last things I said?
Not at all. As I described, all you hear is the rustle of the wind.
Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna cast a spell real quick. Nothing aggressive towards that creature.
Okay, does it know that? Because I don't think that's how magic works.
No, but it's not. Anyways,
That's not an answer.
it's for ninja to decide. It's not for.
You could freaking exercise forward thought.
What was his character doing, though? Or what would his character do?
What was I doing?
Yes, I see you.
You were looking at that treasure that I just put on the map. A crumbling chest containing 5 silver coins, 2 unusual arrowheads bearing holy symbols, a sextant worth 15 silver, and a ring.
You regain 12 health, Orin.
Okay. I will appreciate that always.
Who is that list?
Those are
Who
the
is
items
list
that
of
you
items directed at?
you discarded the items that were in the chest, and that's what was in it. You remember that chest that was under the
repeat
bed full of
that again, or
scorpions?
write it down.
It's on a note
Yeah,
card on the
just
table
say
right
it
there.
again so I can write it down.
I tell the
I
element.
cannot see the table. I had to leave.
It's in Discord.
I tell the element. You know, we're trying to be nice here. You know, if you want, we can force you out of your cabinet. We invite you to come out, you know, without any aggression. But if you don't give us a choice, I will force you out.
That is the most passive-aggressive sentence I've ever heard.
But it is kind of how elementals get talked to.
The elemental doesn't really respond to anything. It's just hanging out in the room. Not even visible, just super well hidden.
Well,
It's not it's not budging. It does not react to
okay.
my instructions.
So now that I've taken the objects from the chest, can I move over to the rest of the party?
Well, hang on. Nobody dealt with the scorpions yet. Are you going to do something about that before you go putting your hands in their nest?
I just flung the objects over to myself.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to
I
use
don't know.
you're going to use a bunch of telekinesis. That's fine. Okay, so you gain the items. That's fine.
Yes.
Do you want to
What
inspect
about
any
the
of them?
scorpions?
The arrowheads. What? Oh yeah, holy symbols. That's not supposed to be how that works.
Yeah, I mean, these arrowheads look unusual. There's something special about them. That holy symbol probably means something about what these arrowheads are for.
Roll religion to figure that out. By the knowledge of stuff. That didn't work. Let me try that again. You might have to do it yourself. I don't think you're saying anything.
I'm gonna attempt something, Ninja,
Yeah.
when you have a second.
Sure.
I'm gonna attempt to banish that air elemental.
All right. You cast a
You're gonna
banishment.
get rid of Ringsight's air elemental.
Does it get a save or is that automatic?
Charisma save 19.
19. Let's see. I
Puppy,
rolled a
what do you
9.
need?
Air elemental gets a -2. 7.
Here we go. Grab
All right.
everything.
Okay, so
I'll
the
be
air
back.
elemental
I feel like
with a whistling noise just disappears into a poof and leaves the room empty, so you can do what you want now.
I tell to Oren, grab
I
everything.
feel like you did that on purpose.
It's gonna come back at some point.
It's gone for like an hour, right?
No, it's not even that long.
Oh.
I feel like you did that on purpose.
Can we get the tentacles that we cooked and send them to the giants? I don't necessarily have any slashing weapons as a fire elemental to sever them though.
Okay, I put that on a note card, and I'm going to put the items from the secret store on the note card as well.
Yeah, I'm literally like shoving stuff in my bag of holding. Just shoving stuff in it as much as I can.
So, hang on a second. I can't roll the 1d20. Can you roll my religion check, please?
Okay, rolling 18 natural.
Okay, that's a 24.
It definitely seems to be the
Silent.
religion of the winged elephant. You recognize it. Not
Gasp of joy.
not just any holy symbol, but a holy symbol of the wind gods.
Did you say the winged gods as in plural?
Well, yeah, there's like the wind elemental, then there's like the winged elephant, which is a different one, and then there might have been other ones, that were they're in a pantheon. There can be many gods that have overlapping domains and whatnot.
Okay, so Ninja.
Yeah.
So it says if the target is native to a different plane of existence than the one you're on, the target is banished with a faint popping noise returning to his own plane.
Cool.
If the spell ends before 1 minute has passed, the target reappears in space. If left on in the nearest occupied space, if that space is occupied, otherwise the target doesn't return. I don't know.
The yew bow.
I'm back.
Who picks up the bow? If nobody says them, it's going to be Sia.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Okay. Sia comes over and says, "Oh man, you found a whole bunch of treasure." His eyes sparkle as he sees the incredible amount of valuables. he's going to walk right up to that bow on that rack, and he's going to pick it up.
Okay.
And he's going to say, hey, guys, this bow just
And
talked
then
to
it
me.
explodes.
This bow has,
Oh.
like, the spirit of a pyrene in it, and it told me that it makes a pretty good pop when you shoot things with it. That's cool.
Okay. What is there anything
Is this
that
ring
that
a
is
special ring?
that thing is clearly like magic, huh?
Yeah, the bow tells him its magic and what it does.
Is there anything else in there that is magic?
With your detect magic, the 3 potions are all magical, but they're labeled as well.
And what else? Is there anything
And
else?
what is
No.
this ring?
These
And
items
what
are
is this
mundane,
ring?
but those are listed in GP because they are made of iron, so they are incredibly valuable.
What are you saying, ringside?
And what's this ring?
All right, you inspect the ring that you found in the
ring.
box under the bed. It's got a symbol on it. It's silver, and the picture is like a cornucopia overflowing with fruits.
Oren,
Yes.
are you okay if I just grab the iron stuff, put it in the bag, and that'll be to split later on?
Aye, that's fine.
Yeah.
If it's simply iron, it doesn't mean no extra service. I have.
Like I tell you what's magical, I tell you the bow and the potions are magical, but everything else is just metal, and it's gonna be worth quite something because it's iron, obviously.
That
the
seems
ch-
fair to me.
Is the chainmail iron as well?
Yep.
Holy
Iron
shit.
chainmail, 75 GP.
Holy shit.
No, that's chain mail, not a chain shirt.
Right.
So
It is heavy armor.
yeah.
No, but that can melt and then make something else, though.
I have no practice with working with metal in this way. I would have to find someone who would be able
But
to
he just
modify
hired a
it.
blacksmith.
I have
Right.
a blacksmith.
Oh.
Yeah.
We have a
Well,
blacksmith when we get back to town.
Yeah.
that is interesting.
So now I'm going to walk to the rest of the. Now I'm going to walk to the rest of the party. Then.
Okay. You join up with the rest of the party. Hey, Long, is Morg gonna join everybody else as well?
I
Yeah.
join them, and the room gets instantly 5 degrees warmer.
All right. So now you guys are aware of the vast treasure here.
Can you?
Do you guys even need light, or is Grimorn always walking around with a
I also
fire?
have my lantern.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
this is
we're
a
not
king's
going to fight
ransom. This
anymore. I'll
is
just turn back into a human then.
This is an enormous fortune of like a wealth, but it is heavy. There's a lot of equipment here.
I'm shoving it in the bag of holding.
The chainmail especially is very heavy. The battle axe is heavy. The maces are heavy. The long swords weigh a couple pounds each.
So, does it seem like we need to involve the giants in our?
Oh, the giants are getting the tentacle monster.
They get about
All
1,000 pounds of tentacle, and yeah, they're carrying everything regardless.
So how many pounds is there? Because I have a bag of holding and I'm just shoving stuff in it.
Your bag of holding will hold all of it, I think.
Okay, so I'm putting all that stuff in the bag of holding.
Sounds good to me.
I'm keeping a card here with all that, and we'll pull it out when we can.
So this would be a good time for Taro to coordinate with you over the items he found.
The bow, though, let's save that on a different card for Sia. I'll make a card for him, okay?
He also picked up a copper flagon and an ancient bottle of wine. I have that marked here from last week. So he had a few items. I think I might have put a note card in front of him for the other items. Maybe, maybe not.
Oh yeah, I made a card for Sia. It's on this.
So is that air elemental? Is that air elemental coming back?
No.
What hair elemental?
I thought it comes back after like a minute of time.
No, banish.
I'm walking out of
It's an
there.
elemental. It's by.
Do I have any sign that it was here?
No. There's probably not a bit of it left. Blinked away.
Okay. Is anyone gonna tell me that it was here?
I'm not.
Okay, so you're gonna notice something, ring sight. When you're looking at all the valuables, everybody's really interested in the valuables, but there's something here that looks like it's of no value to anybody except you. You're gonna find a little statue.
All right. So
It's a
is
way
it a
down.
winged elephant?
Hey, actually,
I'm
ringside,
sorry.
you might want these potions.
What potions?
There's 3 potions. Actually, I don't know. There might be other people. I'm not interested in them, but there's one of flying, one of extra healing, and one of fire resistance.
I do not care for those.
I think maybe Oren, wouldn't you be interested in that flying potion?
Absolutely would.
You should take it then.
Yes.
And maybe even fire resistance because you get yourself into.
I do have some ability to deal with fire, but the fly would be most helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, just take it off of the list. And there's an extra healing that could maybe go to. That could go to
Me.
Taurus or you. Yeah,
Does Taurus need a new axe?
it's a big potion though. It's extra healing. So how many dice is extra healing?
Extra healing?
Yeah.
Five D4 plus 5.
Oh, that's all. Yeah, you can take that too if you want.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Taro, you pick up the small idol of the winged elephant. You also have a couple other items that are unidentified.
And those were not magical, huh?
Oh, he hasn't asked you yet.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet.
Asked what?
Yeah,
Oh,
I keep hinting like, hey, why don't you show Grimoire these items?
Oh, I assumed I already did.
Don't make assumptions.
Say it. You
You
gotta
have
say it.
you have to say you're doing something to do something.
Yeah.
Well, I also assumed.
Okay.
Okay,
Ringside.
I know this is going to sound very petty.
No, it's okay. I
I-
will say, Grimoire, well done with the air elemental in
No, you don't.
in our mental
You
chat.
don't have to do. I just need to explain something. I was trying to explain. I heard it mentioned if you stand in its space, then it doesn't come back. And then I didn't hear him say that it would come back. That he was standing in the space, and then it didn't come back. So I just assumed that he did it. So I assumed assumptions were okay. Is my point.
No, I was reading the text to Ninja. That was out of character.
I mean, it was basically just a trap. It's an air elemental that attacks you if you go into the room.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I just dealt with it without.
You know, I like to
having to
talk
fight
to
it.
things.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you could have probably negotiated with it, but it had been given a command that it has been standing here for thousands of years waiting to fulfill the command to defend this room, and now it has been released. So banishing it was probably the best thing that ever happened to that wind elemental.
I could imagine.
I just sent it back to the air, the elemental
Plane
world
air.
of air.
Wrong
So
with her. Yeah.
I didn't kill it or anything.
All right. I'm glad that wasn't just left to fester in my mind. So moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on.
But you do have a pile of items, and if you want to know what they do or what they
Yes.
are, you're going to have to talk to Grimorn about that.
Fester in your mind
Scan
like the
the
dog
arrowhead.
splitting the woman in half.
Scan the arrowhead's sextant end ring, please.
What do I like? What is magical, Ninja?
Okay. You look upon the items that he shows to you. Coins are mundane. The arrowheads have a strong magic to them, like a very strong holy magic. The sextant, perfectly normal, just a tool. The ring is magical, and the idol he's holding in his hand is absolutely glowing with magic.
Like gold glow.
Very rare magic.
Is that more of a religion symbol of some sort?
Oh yeah, it's a winged elephant. You would know
Oh.
from hanging around tarot that it's part of a dead religion. To the uninitiated, it will appear as a simple little statue of an elephant with some wings, and it's not that impressive. It's probably not worth very much if you sold it. But if you know what it is, it's actually kind of a rare artifact of a bygone era.
And anything that seems to be cursed, like the ring.
You don't see any red when you look on the items. Just a cool blue to note that they are magical.
So the,
Well, we found in this room.
so the sextant isn't.
We found
Sorry,
in
the
this room.
sextant isn't magic.
It's not magic. You'd probably just melt it down. There's no use for a sextant in a world that has no oceans.
We found in this room
Okay.
a lot of valuable, but you have something quite special in your hands. The statue is
I could tell.
very, very.
What does it do?
Well, that I can't tell you. That's something you might have to discover yourself. The ring and the arrowhead, those are very magical as well. But the statue is a little bit more holy than anything else.
Do you know what the ring and the arrowhead do?
Oh no, I don't have that capacity. We'll need someone to identify these items, but I can tell you what is magical or not.
Hmm.
Although sometimes you can experiment with an item to figure it out.
Yeah, if you spend time with them and
I'm gonna experiment with the ring since it isn't cursed and it's
Yeah.
also like seems bountiful, so that seems good.
the arrowhead, though, you might want to see if Saul wants to use it. He has that magical weapon now. You could probably put the two together. Well, don't you have a? Is it a crossbow or a bow that you have?
He's not
It's
here.
A ring sight.
No, ringside has a crossbow.
Yeah, that won't work. You need bolts. Yeah, so that bow probably would be better with Saul.
Yeah, he could actually spend some time turning his regular arrows into ones that have these arrowheads on them. Wouldn't take very long.
Hmm. I will consider this when he comes here. When he next comes to game, we'll discuss this problem.
All right.
Oh yeah.
For now, though, I lost my train of thought. What does the ring do as I try to toy with it?
You put on the ring and you don't notice anything immediately.
What I would suggest you is for you to go and pray with that item. Maybe your God will come to you and tell you what it is.
Nods. But let's get out of here first.
There's nothing else in this room, huh, that glows, Ninja?
There was something else in room 7. If you recall, there was not just the bed, but there was also the remains of a desk and shelf that had some scrolls on it. Did you guys take the scrolls?
I believe so.
All right. So
But
you
I
have
don't know.
you have the 3 scrolls. Did I list what they were?
I don't think so, and I don't know who picked them.
All right.
I think it would have been Oren because he's the one who stepped into the room.
I was not in room 7. Well, actually, no, I was. 7 is
Yes.
the one with the scorpions?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
No, you were
That
in
was
that
the one that
room.
ring
It's
sight
just,
went
it's just
in.
that you were in that room. It's just that these rooms got mixed, you know, because
Yeah.
of the number screwed up. So.
Scrolls are only useful to wizards. Do you want to give it to
Oh
Sol?
yeah, no, that's right. Actually, Sia got him. He picked them up, but I don't know if we listed them for him.
Okay, I'll put it on a note card over here in front of him. Ancient bone scroll case with 3 scrolls inside. Only a wizard can read usually.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Somebody gonna
And
take the
then-
potion of fire resistance?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't need
I
it.
I'm okay without it.
We'll give it to Taurus. He could use
Character's
that.
just over here holding the rope still. Like,
like, hey guys.
Yeah, we'll give you Joe will give you the potion of fire resistance.
okay.
It's not much, but like most of the treasures will need to we'll have to be in a village and decide what we want to do with them. But I think we could use that a lot of it to upgrade our stuff.
Oh.
Well, at least for me, it would be useful. But I don't know.
So is anything interesting on those scrolls, like to me specifically?
Can you read? Most people can't in Dark Zone.
Yeah.
I'll be able to read eventually.
Augury, silence, feign death, melt.
Gonna become a wizard.
Nope.
So I would have communicated to you multiple times, because I've said it in multiple times in our chats, that when we get our next time of rest, I'm going to go to Nibene and learn how to read.
Now that you're super smart.
Yeah. So that's my intentions when we're finished with this adventure. With this
The
current adventure.
gentle
This takes some downtime.
freaking
and go read,
librarian.
so.
And everybody around
I'm
him
very
is like,
interested in stuff that has writing.
book reading? We don't take kindly to your kind in these parts, book reader.
But can you read pretty much
No one
anywhere?
knows-
Yeah, but Nibene
That's
knows how
not
to
a
read,
freaking.
and he's going to teach me how to read. He told me he would.
No,
Does
what?
Corgan
Alright,
know
the
how to
point we're
read?
getting to is
Pretty sure he knows how to read.
that wouldn't be a sideshow attraction. This wouldn't be like a weird thing. This would be, holy crap, he can frickin' it's basically a type of sorcery in and of itself.
Yeah, right?
I mean, he might just be like a
Spelling craft.
noble giant at this point, or half giant. Like he was.
I do have noble giant clothes, actually.
Like you could have been like a guard for a really long time, and then got close with the nobles, and then they're just like, "Yo, learn how to read, my guy."
Well, I
What are you
don't know how
waiting
to
for,
read. I was
man?
intelligent enough, but I will learn how to read, and then I can use that one.
Well, now I have
be
to
more
find
useful than just brutalizing the peasants. Read.
What if
Well,
I could
this-
just take a screenshot of a YouTube video?
This boat was hairy.
Did you
Alright,
say the
try and
book
take a
was
s-
hairy?
Hairy. The boat.
Eerie.
A hairy situation?
Yes. Yes, a hairy situation.
All right.
Are you trying to take a screenshot of
So
the?
we have everything from.
Yeah, I moved everything towards.
So we have everything from this boat then.
Did we explore rooms 3 and 4 already?
Yes, that
And
was the
2.
first thing we
2
did.
is like. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's
there
all we
wasn't
got.
much in those.
Yeah, they were mostly exposed to the outside desert.
Yeah, and then when we went in, then the monster started attacking.
Yeah, when we got into when we saw the body at the bottom of the hole.
Hmm.
I forget if I made a map for this.
Hey Joe,
What's up?
look.
Look what?
In the chat.
Oh, I'm in the game. Hold on. Game.
That'll be quite a story to tell about like the story of us finding an ancient boat in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, everybody will want to know where you got all these iron weapons from.
Yeah. Yeah, all the iron.
Yeah. I went from 6 intelligence to 20 or to 19 intelligence.
Yeah.
I'm a drastic difference. I just don't know how to express myself still.
Oh, you saw I moved that giant for
Or
you.
read.
Yeah.
Or rice. or do math.
Or
I don't
read,
think.
or
Maybe
write.
I don't remember.
Well, I understand 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Anyway,
I can count with my fingers still. Actually, I'm getting pretty good at it.
Yeah, you're doing arithmetic right now.
Yeah, I would assume that my character is already able to do that.
Okay, so to speed things along a little bit, you guys
Moving
left
on.
you left the ancient ship behind.
Thank you.
You got
What,
into the
we did?
giants.
Okay.
You got onto the giants and into the giant barrels, and you ride along throughout the day for many hours. You had another at least 6 hours of
wait,
travel.
I have a question for the giants.
What's up?
Yeah.
Does the shaman that they spoke of earlier know the identify spell?
Hmm.
Do they
I'm
even
sure
know?
that there's somebody on the island who can identify.
That's a good question. Can druids cast identify?
I don't think so.
I don't
but
think they
that's-
can. No, I don't think they can. 'Cause
Bard
Lama had
and
advantage.
wizard.
We got a bunch of stuff to get identified.
Bard.
Is there a
See, I could
wizard on
learn
the
that.
islands?
Why doesn't Soul have identify? Let me look at his
See,
spell
'cause you
list.
can't change your spells. You can't change your spells as a bard.
Damn, he can't
You
get
only
that
change
one,
them
huh?
on level up.
Does riding in the giant's best give us a rest time?
Yeah, you could rest in there if you want.
As a,
It'd be
as
like a short
bard,
rest
you
because
have
it's not
to,
8 hours.
change your spells.
What
That's
do we
fine.
Hey,
roll?
remind me. Does the
What do
does
we
the
roll?
legend lore's
Go ahead.
Oh, let me try that sentence again. Does the legend lore spells 250 price for using it? Does that apply to? Well, that's incense, so I'd have to buy those.
It would be in ceramic pieces, not gold.
Could I cast it, please?
While you're traveling, you only need... It's a ritual, right? 10 minutes? Or is it an hour?
Yeah. 10 minutes.
Okay, so you spend 10 minutes casting your legend lore. Are you doing it on what object?
The statue, most likely.
Yes.
Okay, you hold up the
Makes
statue
sense.
and you do the legend lore spell. Your 10-minute casting.
Ookie wookie tribal dookie bam bam. There you go, ma'am.
Significant
that's the
lore
spell. There we
about
go.
the thing. Current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore not widely known.
Gotcha, bitch.
It has to be of legendary importance or you gain no information.
What counts as legendary importance?
I think this probably might.
Do people have to know about it?
Maybe at one point.
Okay, the spell is going to tell you an object of worship from long, long ago. A long dead religion with a dead god. Then it will say...
That's freaking.
It will say in ancient times the worshippers would summon and commune with the elements, the elements of air, the power of the wind, and all of them would be uplifted on the powerful wings of the winged elephant. And that's the end of the spell.
I'm phenomenally disappointed.
Oh man, you know what I should have
Could
done?
never just
Goddamn,
be a freaking.
sacrifice the ship. Is that even possible?
That's kind of like just.
It goes with
you
your
could've
MO.
sacrificed the freaking
So
town.
the legend lore
We just-
basically told you that you need a religion test to activate the artifact. Do you want to try a religion test?
Oh,
I can assist you
really
with that.
quick, but did the giants eat the tentacle thing?
Some of it. I mean, they had 1,000 pounds of it. They're probably just chewing on it as they traveled. They'd really like to get it back to the island and cook it up. Cook it proper with the right spices.
I can assist you with the religion
me-
check if you want.
I'm just gonna check something. Thank you, I'll accept that. But I just okay, yeah, that is how this works. Can I just cast Gentle Repose on it, on the giant corpse?
Talking about of the octopus.
You want to preserve it? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes,
All right, let's see.
because it doesn't. There's not a mass limit. It just
Okay.
works for everything.
Can you cast it
So-
5 times? Because there were 5 tentacles.
So you get
I'm
advantage.
casting it. Can I cast it on the main body?
The main body was destroyed by a giant fireball. Basically, all that's left is the individual tentacles.
Well, it says that to cast the where is it? To cast the spell, I have to put a copper piece on each of its eyes. And
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Kind of fell on its face and roasted its eyes by smacking it a lot.
You get
That
advantage on your
counts.
religion
Can I
check,
take-
okay?
There you go.
that I've noted. So yeah, can I do that anyway, or is that not how that works?
C is going to stand behind you while you're doing this, and he's going to play his instrument, and he's going to say, ring sight, he's our Terran. If he can't do it,
If he can't do it,
life will be
be
barren.
barren,
And he does a little jig. You get bardic inspiration. What's that?
love
D8?
yeah.
So add 5 to your roll, and you're rolling with advantage.
Okay, well you still have to do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait,
It's
did the gentle
either-
repose work or not?
Okay, it's a 19. 24, and then your modifier, which is? Oh, religion.
5+6.
6.
AFK there.
All right. You activate it. You have conjured an air elemental. The air elemental, who had just returned to his home plane and met
No
his
way.
air elemental wife and air elemental children for the first time in several centuries or
Oh my god.
several millennia
You bring
even.
the same one back. That's hilarious.
He's like, "Oh, Windia, my love, finally I've returned." And he's gone. He reappears right back almost to where he just came from.
That's
he,
her up.
he looks around for a moment, and then his shoulders sag, and he says, "What is your bidding, my master?"
So cruel.
That's hilarious.
Were you busy with something?
Oh, no, I've got all the time in the world.
Hmm.
Do
I
know
was
you?
just figure. Were you a servant of the Wicked Elephant then?
I was the servant of a ship's captain. He sailed across the seas, but he said his men could not be trusted, and so he left me to guard his storeroom in case they snuck in during the night to steal a stray dagger or two.
Are we next
Well,
to this?
What weapons are we talking about?
There was a vast arsenal of iron weapons in a hidden compartment in the front of the ship. Gromorn has
Slowly
tucked.
turns to the.
Gromorn has tucked them all away.
Hmm.
For the group. Of course.
Yeah, everybody saw me do it.
Well. Wait, this is an idol of the. Well, I didn't freaking see it. I think Skywell told me actually. He mentioned it. But yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Are we next to this? Or are we seeing this, by the way?
I don't know actually. Would I be with everyone else? I don't know how these baskets work.
You guys are traveling towards Lake Island, so you are approaching this right here.
No, I mean, is everyone together?
Of course.
Well, I did assist you with your religion check, so I'm probably in the same basket.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it does make sense. Okay, so
What is that?
What language are they speaking in, though? Is it in the elemental air, or is it in common?
Oh, I think the spell speaks in common. Or it might even be like psychic,
Wow.
so it doesn't need language to be understood.
Oh,
It's in Latin.
wait, hang on a second. This is an idol of the winged elephant, though, right?
Definitely, yeah. It is the idol that was used to
Does
summon
it?
that elemental.
Does it seem to know who the winged elephant is?
Well, yeah. I guess all elementals would be vaguely aware of, the winged elephant as a powerful elemental in the ancient past.
Hmm. All right.
Oh,
Well,
the
in the
winged elephant's
spirit
not
of
a
the winged
god?
elephant is
So
It is.
the most powerful elementals are considered the god of the plane that they're in.
So is she asking for a favor right now of the elemental?
no. I was about to say,
You
in the
control it.
spirit of the winged elephant, you are free to do as you please
Whoa!
until circum.
You should
I'm
ask him
not
to tell you
freaking
about stuff.
done.
Okay, well, if you don't
What?
need him, he's going to go back to his plane, and you can use the idol to summon him with a
Yeah, I
DC
was
15 religion test whenever you want.
Oh,
okay. I was about to say, in the spirit of freedom, etc., etc., I will call upon you only when needed, and then you're free to disperse to whatever you were doing.
All right, he returns to his elemental wife and kids.
There we go. Okay, all that out the way. This DM, you may continue with your description.
All right, so you guys were traveling towards Lake Island. The description in the book
wait!
here.
I got something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what you should probably consider doing is you might want to ask him to teach you about the winged elephant, like more about it, since he can travel with you.
Another time, since something seems to be happening right now.
So, at dusk on your second day of travel, the giants finally wade out of the Sea of Silt on the dying rays of sunlight and then are disappearing beneath the horizon. You're lowered from their shoulders, and now you can feel the lush green grass beneath your feet for the first time. In the distance, you can make out forms of other giants herding kanks and erdloos up the side of the volcano to home, their crude torches piercing the ever-deepening darkness like the stars in the sky. You move on, and you're soon climbing the steep path to the giant stockade. As you walk, the giants offer explanations of the sights and sounds of their unique land. Rivulets of magma trickle out over the rock above you. Great plumes of superheated steam issue from the summit of the volcano where the molten rock streams into contact with the waters of the lake, held in its cone. Finally, you arrive at the gates of the giant stockade, a pair of heavy wooden doors guarded by 6 huge giants, all of whom eye you warily as you approach. At the command of Maluk, they swing the gates open, and your party enters the stockade. Then, as the last one enters, the vast doors swing shut, momentarily deafening you with the thunderous slam as they rest back into position with a resounding crack. You're now inside the giant stockade. The giants of Lake Island have lived in the cone of the volcano for hundreds of years, making their living by raising the kank and the erdlu and by harvesting the grain that grows in the tundra, as well as some of the interesting spices that can be found around here.
Where are we on that map right now?
Nah, you're not quite on the map just yet.
All right, let me boot Tabletop Simulator back up.
So are we at the final destination? We made it finally.
Not really. This is the first in a chain of islands. So this is like the first stop off to get where you really want to go, but this is definitely where you were headed because it's like in the direct line towards the monastery where you can get the item.
As the giants, how far are we from our final destination?
He thinks about it, and he holds up his giant stubby fingers, and he goes, 1, 2, 4,
3,
3,
3. Whisper.
7,
4.
5. And then he says this many, and he holds
got
up both
that
of his
one.
hands.
Clap,
Taurus,
clap,
you
clap.
might
No.
wanna lend him your circlet of intelligence.
I walk up to him. I'm like, no. Here. I count my fingers up. I go
Nope.
1, 2. And I do the counting for him. This many fingers. I
Yeah.
do it for him. I work
Oh
it
my
out.
God.
I work it out with you guys. I'm like, it's okay. I speak giant too now. Little bit.
Oh, yeah, probably 8 to 10 days, something like that.
Oh, we're that far.
Yeah, pretty far.
Oh my.
I
This is-
tell them because I don't really understand numbers. No one really gets it probably, but I tell them, like how long it took to go from this place to this place, from Tier to the Silver Springs, something like that far.
So there's this
Yeah.
chain of islands, and there are giant paths that go in between the islands. And so basically, to get to the monastery, you have to travel with the giants along the chain of islands. You've got a couple more islands after this one, and then after
What?
that is the monastery.
Why is one of Malaking's eyes closed?
We haven't gotten to that just yet. Hang on. So I wanted to make a note of the crops that they have here.
Why the frick is Big Sham on drugs?
Yeah, I guess if we do a survival, we'll probably be able to collect something.
So I
It
want
doesn't close, it's glass.
everybody to make a knowledge nature check right now.
Untrained.
Knowledge, nature.
I'm gonna roll for soul.
Okay.
Knowledge,
Oh,
nature. Five.
out of
Actually, that's a
character.
straight roll. I
Could
think.
you
Yeah.
if possible, Ninja, could you like send? I snuck behind the
26.
picture of the game.
God damn, my rolls are garbage tonight.
16.
Can you just send that to me at some point so I can freaking give it to my players?
Which one? What?
The thing next in front of the Grit and Glory book. The giant divider.
You're talking about the D&D screen here?
Yes.
I only have it in Tabletop Simulator. I don't know, like, you could save it in here, and then you could copy it to your table. I don't know, is it even selectable? Yeah, it's
All right,
selectable.
maybe. Okay, anyway.
Maybe selectable.
So we're here. We're at an island with spices, volcanic area,
Yeah, there you go.
etc., etc.
Wow. Is it shaking for you guys?
Yeah, it was. Oh no, I detached the wrong one. Whoops.
Well, it's not like we can see anyways on your side. Whoa.
I need my DM screen.
So, I ask around for any local wizards.
Okay, so nobody did really good on the nature check. So you're
I did. I got a 26.
Oh, right.
Oh,
sorry.
you got a 26. I didn't catch that. All right, so Taurus,
I forgot to. Wait. I forgot to do it. I'm sorry.
you want to roll too? So Taurus, you recognize
Plus
several
2.
of the plants here.
It's freaking stuck.
I sent you a DM also, Ninja. If you could check that real quick.
Huh? Not 20.
Still doesn't
That's
beat my
a 22.
26. Let's go.
It doesn't. You random
Yeah.
genius, you.
Crazy intelligence. And
I have a proficiency.
surprised you have. I'm surprised you have proficiency in nature.
It's a barbarian thing.
It's ironic. It's like dealing with a caveman, but he's also smarter than you.
Well, I did live off the land.
That's a different level of infuriating.
Get good, scrub.
Okay, so
You didn't
the
get good. You have a cheat on.
okay, so you recognize 3 crops, Taurus, and also ring sight. You recognize 3 crops. They have firegrass, they have kusa pepper, and they have esperweed here. So as you're
What
walking
is the
through
last one?
as you're walking through Giant Land, you recognize that the 3 primary crops being harvested by the giant farmers are firegrass. Firegrass grows incredibly quickly and is just a general material for making things. So like a hemp, fast-growing hemp, but incredibly dry and flammable. And it only grows in volcanic areas and burns very quickly. It's like flash paper almost. If you touch a fire to it, it just goes up instantly in a fireball. So firegrass can be very dangerous if you're in a field of it and it happens to catch on fire. Kusa pepper, you'll know as sort of a extreme hot pepper. It is very spicy. You can grind it up into a powder that is blinding. And then esperweed is well known as having a potent effect on psionicists. When you consume esperweed, it enhances your psionic abilities dramatically, but it's also highly addictive and can be physically debilitating. It can make you very weak and unable to carry things or do anything. It can almost be paralyzing where you'll just have to lay down.
But is this? You said it's for psionicists, but anyone who has psionic powers, or specifically the class like psionicists, kind of thing?
Anybody with psionic powers. What it does is it every minute you regain 1 key point or regain 1 psionic dice if you've got like psionic dice that you can spend.
Okay.
And it
Doesn't
also
sound
gives
like the
you
most useful thing.
you can also have 1 more of the resource than you could have before stored. So if you could have like only 1 before, you can have 2 now. And you also gain the empathy ability, which basically reads the surface emotions of anybody within 10 feet. And then you have to make a con save against addiction.
Oh, the esperweeds.
I want to buy a few handfuls of this.
All right. Well, initially the giants are going to bring you to their stockade. So you're going to arrive here, and you're going to be brought before the king to meet with the king.
Wait a second. How many of these guys are there? They need a king.
They're going to bring you to the chieftain's hut, which is this building here.
Okay, that's slightly different.
All right. So here we've got the chieftain. Here's Malik. And then I've got these guys. I'm lagging a little bit. Trying to pick them up. There we go. All right. So there are giants all over the place, basically. We got ones here. We got ones here. We got ones over here. We got ones over here.
The
got
frick?
a bunch of them over here. Some over here. Some working on the Erdloos over here.
They're all-
There's ones in the living area.
They're all fucking born as twins.
There's some getting water from the well. There's some in that other living area. You know, so there's just giants all over the place. Tons of them. Lots and lots of giants.
Sorry to interrupt again, but that does not look like a female giant to me.
I know, right? They're not very attractive, huh? All right, guys. Place yourselves in the throne room over here.
There's giants everywhere.
I know, isn't it great?
They all popped in.
No.
I feel like a beetle.
Can we even fit in there?
Maybe.
It's a giant room.
Okay.
Trying to find.
On the way in,
Scale down, I guess.
On the way in, Taurus bumps into a giant. The giant looks down at him and says, "Huh, you funny. You look like me." And he pushes you out of the way and walks on by.
Where is this? Like, where
I
are
look
we?
at him and I go,
Huh.
hey, No, you look like me.
They have strangely similar facial features on these two.
So where's the room?
But
Ninja?
fancier. You look much fancier.
Is the entire thing a room or?
It's your dad.
Oh, the boy.
No, no. The
Family reunion, guys.
There's
okay, I can't find my
there's a room like that,
It's by your desk.
and you come in
I
through
doubt
this door
we'll find my
here.
dad. Probably
I'll move you.
dead. For all we know.
Thank you. I just found.
Well, that's what Oren says. Is that your father?
Hold on.
What?
I want to see the druid, the shaman,
Oh.
the big shaman.
My
Raising
daddy-
the
my
question
daddy's not
again.
that old.
Why do all these guys look like they're on drugs?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
My daddy not that old.
Oh no, they are on drugs, aren't they?
Yeah, they're smoking the weed.
I only this old, like this many olds.
So
He gotta be
we
like older than me.
almost done putting the characters.
Malik leads you through the ornately carved doors of the chieftain's hut and into the smoky room. This chamber is vast, its ceiling towering over your heads for at least 60 feet. The walls bear exquisite tapestries, and the floor is carpeted with animal furs. Down each wall stands 10 giant guards, their faces and eyes set, looking straight ahead at all times. At the end of the chamber, atop an elaborate wooden throne, sits the chieftain, a truly massive being, even by giant standards. He sits, frowning, and watching as you approach. Standing at his side, and occasionally whispering into his ear, is the tribe's venerable and respected shaman. The giant chieftain remains silent as the party steps forward to introduce themselves. He says nothing. So, here's your chance. I want each of you to introduce yourself to the Giant King, and I don't know, maybe like one of you can give a reason why you're here to meet with the Giants.
I will step forward
Hmm?
and I will bow, kneel. I will say, we are humbled. My name is Oren Cyrillus. I hail from Altaruk. And my companions and I are here to try to find some way to solve the mystery that is the psionic wave plaguing Athos.
Okay.
Do I know of this? Sorry, I thought you were done.
Yes, I'm done. I stand and
Oh, okay.
retreat back to the line.
Do I know if this guy has any fancy titles?
Fancy titles. He is the chieftain of the Giants.
Is that
Fancy
the
to
only
me.
one?
You should call him chieftain. Or
Trying to
maybe
use proper heraldry and all that, like
Great
etiquette
chief.
and
Soul's going to step forward
Yeah.
and say, "Mighty chieftain of the Giants. My name
Yeah,
is Soul. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I wish to learn the tales of the Giants so I can spread word of your glory far and wide with my bardic tales." And he actually rolls a 23 on persuasion to flatter to the Giant King, and then he steps back into line.
we can all go. We're not just like.
Yeah, you can all say
One
something.
at a time. As long as we go one at a
Hmm.
time. Sure.
I think I asked this question before. Actually, these guys, they have a what's their Earth? Earth. That was it. Sorry. Okay, ignoring that then.
They live on a volcano.
What is this island
Earth and
called?
fire. This island is called Lake Island. It's all that's left of a dormant
Hail to-
volcano that first exploded into the world some 500 years ago.
What is his actual name? Do we know that?
Oh, the king? Meliking. Meliking, father of
Okay,
Melek.
All right. Hail to you, Malaking, father of Malak, chief of the giants, lord of Lake Island.
Okay.
Our mission and intent is as has been said, but we also bring I myself bring fair shares of knowledge and lore that may interest you and your. I look to the boggle-eyed man. Advisor, should you so
The
wish,
shaman?
and provide us assistance. I assume he's a shaman. He's got a magic staff, scythe.
It's a ornate staff with the head of a giant, like the skull of a giant, possibly the previous shaman. But it's got all this magical energy coming off it at all times, and when he swings it around, it leaves a magical trail.
That's cool.
All right. Hear us small folk out, and I assure you the benefits will not be as small as we end of sentence persuasion roll attack.
Gotcha.
Attack
Wait,
with
what?
persuasion.
Oh,
Kill him
I was
with
gonna say,
kindness.
whoa!
you're like persuasion and then attack. Okay.
Oh yeah, I can just do it myself. What am I doing?
I'm not standing next to you, so I do not give you guidance.
I think you can do it from wherever you are.
Good touch. There's a touch.
It's a touch spell.
No. Okay. That was not what I wanted. Let's try that again. Like freaking button. Okay. Hey, it's a 21.
All right. Persuasive. You state your intent and say that you have no ill intent and that you're just trying to solve this mystery. All that good stuff.
Scooby-Doo.
Who hasn't gone?
We
Chris?
got some work to do now.
I'll step forward. I'm Grimorn, representative of the Lord of Flame. If ever you need anything to be sacrificed for a good omen, just let me know. And I have one question. Has this volcano been active lately? I'm quite interested if any creature of fire might have come out of it.
Malik will say, the volcano is quiet.
That's unfortunate.
And Taurus, did you
Has
say anything
Malaking
yet?
said anything yet?
Here we go. Sorry.
Oh,
Mouthful.
no. I'm
I
scared.
say, and last but not least, I do a step forward, and I do my strength pose. So I want to do a little flex real quick. Let's see it. Sorry, 1 second. Mm-hmm.
I think that's like a halfling trying
that's
to impress a
28.
barbarian.
28. We got a 28 for strength, and I say, I am Taurus,
Okay,
great
never
hunter,
mind.
Powerful.
half giant, great hunter.
A mighty flex.
He like lifts a
I still
giant.
feel like that's.
He like lifts a
I
neighboring
still
giant
feel
or
like
something.
that's. That feels like if a halfling barbarian walked into a human warlord's tent. It's like that's very impressive, but you are short.
You're still tiny. You're impressive for a tiny person.
What does he say to me?
It's wearing-
Malik's
Or
gonna
anything.
comment to the king. Doesn't he look a lot like,
Oh my gosh. Are you serious? That's hilarious. Yes. I'm living it.
Wait, what? What
Wait a
did
minute.
I miss just now?
Wait
What
a
was that
minute.
implication?
He's comparing him to another half giant on the island.
Yeah. No, another full giant.
Oh.
This is great.
Uh,
It's your dad.
I nudge you with my shoulder.
He's
I
going to
nudge you a
say,
little
"Doesn't
bit,
he
Orin.
look like Grondar?"
I nudge you, Orin, and
Grundle.
I'm like, what the hell is up with his eye? Do you see that?
Probably lost it in a fight. Where's Grandpa
Horse.
Grandar?
Oh dear.
Morg, did you say anything?
I just look up in awe of the big shaman, and I ask him how he takes care of the land. It is so beautiful here.
All of the richness comes from the land. The volcano provides the rich soil.
Oh,
Hey,
but do
this
you
guy's
not
actually
use any?
competent, not a giant moron.
Yeah, he's
Do
pretty
you-
well
do
spoken
you
for
use
a giant.
any? Do you use any shaman powers or your staff or anything like that to help it grow, or is it all natural?
Oh, of course. He's used his druid power on the entire island. Everything here grows well because of me.
Mm. Do you
All
help
that
teach
said and
other
done-
giants how to use
Sorry,
shaman
I don't-
magic?
The giant magic is sacred. It is passed from one down to another. And he points at the skull atop his staff and says, "The one who taught me shared his knowledge only with me, and I will share my knowledge with only one other."
That feels like a good way to get the knowledge lost forever.
Yeah, isn't it?
Well, they protect their shaman.
It's actually been a problem in the real
Well,
world,
he-
actually.
He had a heart attack.
Yep. And then future generations have to
anyway.
relearn the secrets. The giant king will
Oh, yeah, I
scream,
forgot something.
"Enough of this farce!" Okay, so,
Hey, I asked him who's Grundar.
Put it in the
I think
text
someone
chat.
answered you.
the giant king's
crap.
words are not expected by the party, nor by Maluk, who stands at their side. "I believe lies you speak. You think stupid. You think you of giant stupid me? Why you come here? Why, I know this thing. Trusted little one knows much. Him knows you. He me told why you here. Giant treasure you want steal. No I. Told me he, before you come. He say you come here steal treasure, but smart me, never here leave you. No I. Told I. Treasure mine. Guards, grab. And suddenly 10 giant guards surge forward to attack.
What?
Whoa.
They're attempting to take you prisoner and arrest you. Are you going to resist arrest, or do you allow them to grapple you?
I resist. I speak
I
up
will
for the
allow
group.
them to grapple
Stop,
me.
stop. I'm
Okay.
trying to say something. We've been in this situation before. Where I tell him,
Okay.
I Taurus, great hunter, want trial by combat
Hmm.
Oh boy.
for my party.
So, at his command, the 10 giant guards who are standing against the walls of the chamber leap forward with huge clubs ready to attack. But they don't just have clubs. They could use their clubs to knock you out. Many of them are equipped with a special piece of equipment that I want to describe here. The giant's Copper Kahulak. Copper Kahulak has the grappling property, so they can attack you with it and grapple you with their attack roll.
This is the part where I normally explode the room.
Yeah, usually that's sort of what I was figuring. Like, I mean, the guide wants you to get arrested here, so you can explode the room, but I can pretty much throw as many giants as it requires at you at this point to arrest you. Do you guys think you can handle 26 giants right now?
Probably not.
No,
Probably not. Probably best.
So
It wouldn't help just beating them all up.
But so then I accept my trial by combat.
they will not accept your trial by combat.
What?
There's a whole bunch of giants grab you and will pin
It
your ass to the
It
ground.
works for the half giant. Half giants will do it
They're not
on
half
combat.
They have to obey their king. The chieftain told them to grab you, and so they do.
Mhm.
This man is a fool. He's cursed.
Can I still do stuff while I'm grabbed?
Oh,
Okay,
for
can I
sure.
do
You
it?
can definitely talk, and if you have like a verbal psionic ability, you could try that.
Can I do a detect magic real quick?
What does that require? Does it require somatic components? Because they'd be trying to grab your arms to prevent you.
Let me check.
If it's just verbal, it's fine. But if it's material and you need to dig into a pouch to get it, or if it's somatic and you need to wave your hands, they will be restraining you.
Verbal semantic.
I want to contest my grapple check.
Let me see what the semantic is, though.
Oh shit! Only got an 18.
Mm.
We took a short rest. I could technically become immune to grapple again, but I don't know how that would help the party.
I got a 23. I didn't beat you by much, though.
I don't try to fight like
Yeah,
hurt
it's
them.
verbal
Get
and
away.
semantic.
Yeah, I get it. You were just trying to like they were holding you back and you were struggling forward to talk. Yeah, I get it.
Can I still give it a try, though?
So I'm gonna detect. I'm gonna establish a telepathic link with the giant king.
You cast the spell, you say the words, but when you go to move your hand, the giant grabs it and your spell fizzles.
Can I attempt
No, it doesn't
to,
require my hands. I don't need my hands.
Yeah,
to do
sorry,
it.
multiple things happening at once. That was for Grimorn. What are you doing?
Can I attempt to dodge
sorry.
like that and still go through them trying to grab my hands?
I mean,
I still have that bardic inspiration.
Dexing?
they get plus 14 or 15 to hit, so the chances of you not getting caught by the grapple are pretty slim.
Let's try it.
All right. Two giants come in. They swing their kahulix. Magic kahul. Oh, I rolled low. Yeah, you have a chance.
Are we on initiative now?
What's that? A 24 to hit and a
Not really. I mean, unless you
24
really
and a
wanna fight.
17. The 17 wouldn't grapple, but the 24 does.
Yeah.
So you dodge one giant, but the second one grabs you.
I'll yell that the king is cursed by his eye.
Oh, you think that's it? You think that's why he's got the crazy eye?
Possible.
His one eye is milky.
If you let me.
I'm gonna.
If you let me try, I can see if he's cursed.
Actually, you know what? I don't fear any prison. It's fine.
We'll be okay. We'll be fine.
Okay.
We're not gonna get executed, right?
So here's what happens next. You are tied and gagged
Hey,
by the
wait, I was
giants.
doing a thing.
Okay, what's up?
Well, sorry, I don't. Regardless of what they do to me, unless they knock me unconscious, they can't stop me from brain waving.
True. Yeah, you can talk even when your mouth is gagged. Psionically.
Okay, so first, I'm gonna ask frickin' Malik what the king's doing.
Malik is quite confused, and he'll say, "Me no. Me surprised. Me thought, you talk to King. King be happy."
I tell Malik, I thought we
Okay.
friend, man.
Malik is
Well, you're
Upset.
gagged. You can't-
Malik is upset by this turn of events. This is all taking him by a surprise as well. But he's been away from the castle
I will
for
ask Big,
days and days, so something could have happened in the meantime.
I will ask Big Sham if he detects any nonsensical presences about Mr. King here.
Big Sham will narrow his eyes and say, "You in my head. I protect all. King not taken by surprise."
Did he misunderstand what I asked?
Probably. Giants aren't very smart.
Okay.
So you're tied and gagged by the giants and marched unceremoniously across the stockade to one of the many caves that ring the walls of the settlement. Inside the cave, you discover a series of cells with heavy iron bars on the doors. All right, where's this on the map? Cells with bars.
Iron bars.
Iron in this place?
I think it's these little rooms over here. So you guys get your own little rooms over here. The giants will put you each in one of these. I think maybe
We're gonna
Taurus
keep
is going to be kept in a bigger open cell here, or he's like chained against the wall.
We gotta steal these iron bars.
Oh yeah. That's hilarious. I'm sure
Man,
it's like bone
steel
or
file.
something. It's not. It's not probably iron. It's probably bone or something.
Oh, no, it just said they were iron.
They said they're iron, you know.
They are iron bars.
Oh really?
Heavy iron bars on the doors. So you're thrown into a cell, the door slams, and you're locked in.
I can still talk to Big Sham. Just
Oh, it reaches that far? Damn.
I have to be close to establish the connection, but once it's established I can go pretty far.
Actually, hang on. The guide says that you guys are sort of crammed in 2 to a cell. So you guys are going to go like this. Maybe 3 to a cell and this one down at the end.
I'm in my own cell. Then.
It's kind of surprising that we're crammed in the giant city. Like I imagine these bars are so large that
It's like one giant cell.
But I could just have
Moments
cells.
later, more
I can just
giants
kill the
fill in the other cells with these guys.
Oh, fuck.
Hey,
It's
what
probably your
are
fault,
you guys
stupid
in
idiots.
for?
what?
Ah, I
No
bet it's
way.
you that got us in trouble, you goddamn hurricanes.
What
Thovideric
did they tell them?
Thovideric curses as the giants drag him in and says, "Unhand me, giant! You fool! Hamanu will not have this. Do you know what danger you put yourself in?" And Chtiktere makes a series of angry hisses and clicks that don't register as a language. Dokula is almost smothered in the giant hand of a giant. All you can hear is her muffled.
Okay. All right. This is becoming an annoyance.
Jared,
Telepathic bond. Hang on. Sorry. 8. How many people are in this cell right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of Hamanu's men, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of your party, and the giants that are bringing you all in.
Okay, then 6 of us. So the leader. All right, all of us are bound, and then let me check their names here. The
Thovideric is the leader of the Hamanu's people.
yeah, Thovideric and Chiktiktere are also in this group chat.
Okay.
I added Mantis because he can't speak properly, apparently. They're always struggling to or something.
Correct.
So, yeah, that's done. If we are going to be bickering, I suggest we do it without doing it, if you understand.
So the Urukites in turn were pushed into an adjoining cell. 2 of the giants remain in the cave as guards, making themselves comfortable at a huge table across from your cell. So
Telling you it's their fault.
here's
It's their
one.
fault we're here.
Here's the other.
Are they the ones that told the king stuff that we're like here to steal the treasure or something?
And if I want,
You don't really
Probably
know.
not, otherwise they wouldn't have
That's-
gotten looked up to.
What I accuse the Urukites of. Did you try to steal some giant treasure? Did your
The Urakites will deny attempting to steal anything. They were imprisoned almost immediately upon getting to the island and dragged here, rather unceremoniously, mind you.
Came here after us?
We got here long before you, but we had evaded these ugly oafs as they attempted to grab us.
Oh, so you must have been evading them for a
Right.
long time then.
It's all your fault.
They
What
didn't
did you,
have that much of a head start on you, right?
What did you tell the king to put him in that in this situation?
Ah, you blame us? We had nothing to do with it. This is probably your fault, fools.
Oh yeah.
We never should have
You're
let
right
these
behind you.
prisoners run amok on their own without proper...
Maybe I should catch you on fire right now.
Morn,
So
calm down.
your bumbling through their ranks has seemed to have triggered some sort of diplomatic travesty here. They
I will
think that
end
we
the-
are here to steal something which can only come from, as you already admitted, you running around at their feet trying to steal whatever treasures that you could bring back to Hamanu.
Your accusations are not helping. Mind you, I say to Harmoni's party, you arrived here before us. Since they were like, I bet this is your fault somehow.
Oh yeah, they're blaming you, you're blaming them. It goes back and forth this way for a while. The ones that can't communicate telepathically are going to
I would assume.
voice their complaints to Thova Derek.
I yell at one of the giant guards in Giant. I speak to him in Giant, and I ask him, Can you tell me if any of them caused some problems before we got here?
The giant turns to you and says, "Shut up, prisoner. Me no supposed to talk to prisoner."
If I do a magical trick, would you tell me?
Trick.
This is great. I'm gonna do a magic trick. I know you want to see it.
This is the most odd source of persuasion I've seen so far.
Are you kidding me? Think back to all the bedtime story. You know, the freaking Mother Goose. This is exactly in line with that. Absolutely in line.
I will catch one of them in that cell next to me on fire right now. You tell me if they caused trouble before we came here.
The giant crosses his arms and laughs.
Okay, so I
What? Where's?
Oh my
where are
gosh.
we located right now?
Rather,
In
yes.
jail.
What is
What's the
happening?
island called? I mean.
Oh.
City?
so I
Oh.
look towards their cell, okay?
Mhm.
The first one there, and the entire cell catches on fire.
Okay.
Oh my
You
God.
attempt to summon flames into his cell, but something prevents it. A powerful druidic magic flares up in the room and negates it.
But it's not a. Can he stop that? Because it's about divine power.
Yep, he can negate anything.
I'm opening like a portal to the world of flame.
Yeah, the druid has absolute control over the land here. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. He derives his power directly from the land itself. The volcano is his power source, and he can do a lot of crazy shit.
Blasphemy!
I thought I would be able to get out
This
right
is
away.
Lake Island, right?
Blasphemy!
Yeah, a fire cleric is powerful, but druids have power over all of nature, including every element, so he might have a few advantages here.
I'm
Forget
gonna
about
ask Big Sham to ask Malaking if
No,
who
he's
the
not here.
person
Sorry.
is that he
There's just two giants. One of them is Thrakor the soldier, and the other is Drogathar the giant guard. And aside from maybe saying who they are and telling you to shut up, they're not very communicative with you.
So I can't. All right, just for the. Okay. So just for the sake of For the sake of not breaking the adventure, I can't talk to him because magic.
Well, your psionics actually
big
work.
sham.
The giants don't mess with psionics. They're actually immune to it, and they don't understand it much at all. So your psionics are kind of flying under the radar because it's just like not a concept to them.
But you're showing it off.
No, I mean, I established hang on. I established my basic telepathy with Big Sham before we got dragged over here, and then I used telepathic bond to link all 8 of us.
Yeah.
He has a separate connection that shouldn't turn off.
He probably did that with his druid magic. Because giants normally are
Okay,
immune
so-
to psionics in general.
Okay, so just no then.
Like
So
he
I
was
can't talk
like
in these
technically
guys'
he
heads, does that
technically
work?
he was reading your mind while you were trying to communicate to his mind, so he just heard it anyway.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So that don't work on these 2 then either.
100% immune to psionics. It's a racial trait of the giants.
Is there anything around me? Any bones? Any small bones? Anything like that I could possibly use?
Roll an investigate in your cell there.
Oh, I'm good at that one.
You'll notice that the giants, they're sitting here at a table and they're drinking these enormous steins of this frothy, green, fermented liquid.
18?
All right. Yeah, there actually is like a bone, like a discarded bit of like food. Maybe a giant tossed it off into the corner. You could kind of reach it with your foot.
I'd like to try to use some of these bones to possibly unshackle myself
Okay.
based on some of the stuff that
I
I've
don't
seen
think that's how that works.
Warren do. I mean, they're giant size because I don't fit regular ones, so they probably use giant cuffs on me. So I'm sure I could probably fit a little bone in there,
Yeah, maybe.
you know, like a rib bone or something, you know.
Yeah, it's an
So-
idea. It's worth a try.
That reminds me. Do
18?
either of them put down their mugs at some point?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, in between drinks, they'll set it down for a while. They seem to be getting
Okay,
pretty
the mugs will
inebriated. They're definitely drinking some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Oh, are they now? Okay, then the mugs get to stay. Continue with what you were doing, Taurus.
I'm in a different cell. You can't see what I'm doing.
Oh, I can't.
You
Are
could
the,
you
are
could
the
sort of
sides
like put
our
your
walls?
you could put your head up to the bars and see him off to the side.
I'm trying to be stealthy when I do that too. But anyways, yeah. Okay. So 18 unlock
Yeah.
it.
Unfortunately, you got the bone into the lock and you started to wiggle it, and it felt like it was about to work, but then the bone broke.
Pull it out, and I'll try again. I'll try again later. I'll try to find another bone and try that again.
Huh.
I'll find
That
a
and-
stronger bone.
You know, I could just leave, right? Like, I'm just telepathing this to everyone who I can currently. I could just exit.
How strong are the shackles?
They're made of iron, so quite strong.
DC 30?
I could too. I just
Maybe,
don't
probably.
know how it would help the party if I leave.
A break check for
Yeah,
iron shackles. Let me look that up.
Well, I tried my powers and they did not work, so
Iron
I'm
shackles.
gonna try.
there's something
Manacle.
blocking certain powers from
I didn't break it
happening.
anyways. I know I didn't break it. 19. Oh, Jesus.
Like
Wow,
if I
you-
tried a wild
you missed it
shape,
by
then
one.
Would I
It looks
do
like a
well?
DC 20 to break a manacle.
I'll try the undo them later.
Okay.
Again. I'll try to find another bone. Try to do
So
that. If it doesn't work, I'll try to break them again.
How drunk are these two?
They're getting a little bit drunk, and they're kind of having a conversation with each other. And so, Drogothar is saying to Thrakor, "Me cannot wait. Tomorrow be great day. Sacrifice to volcano. Bring good harvest. Can't wait for harvest. Grow more weed. Make more brew. Get more drunk. Have more fun. The other giant laughs heartily and says, "More brew!" And they clank their steins together and continue to drink.
I'm immune to fire, you
I
fools.
yell. Well, they didn't say they were sacrificing you.
Thrakor looks over at you and chuckles, says, "You am immune hot water too?"
And what would you like to be rich? Because I know how you could get rich very quickly.
Riches. Me likey riches. The other giant says, "Shut up, you. King give riches, you not be greed."
Oh, you see these bars in front of me right now?
Thrakor pushes Drogothar and says, "Fool, king not give no riches. King keep all riches."
You see these metal bars in front of us blocking us here? They're worth a fortune where I come from. They make you would be able to have your own kingdom of giants.
It doesn't seem to interest these guys. They're loyalists, they're guards, they're well trained. They mostly ignore you. They're getting very drunk at this point.
Yeah, no one else.
Does anybody?
These giants are too.
Okay, if no one else does.
These giants are too
If
stupid
no one
to be
else
stupid.
does anything just yet, I'd like to. Can I? Or let me try to telepathy them really quick, just to double check.
Okay. So when
Hey,
you try
you-
to telepathy them and they do not respond to it, it just doesn't work on them. You hit some kind of you hit some kind of nothing. It's like normally there'd be a mind there, but the giants are just like this sort of like dull, rocky kind, like as if you were trying to telepath into a stone.
Okay, diff backup plan then. I use the wait. Am I like? Am I gagged right now? Presumably not.
Yeah, they did gag you when they brought you in here. You're tied up and you're gagged.
Okay, telepathy to undo the gagging.
Okay, you remove your gag so you can speak. Some of the
How am I tied up?
some of the Templars, they just bound your hands with some rope.
Telepathy that away too. It's
Okay.
fairly simple.
You untangle the rope. Your hands and your mouth are now free.
All right, message spell.
Okay. To do what now?
To which was the one that was like tempted before?
If you try a spell, it's gonna fizzle.
Thrakor?
Yeah, all of your stuff is psionic. They are 100% immune.
Oh, so it's just psionic bind. Okay, I know that like there's a difference between how the rules as written handle this and how this is being handled in Dark Sun universe. Okay, never mind.
Mm.
So my second investigation to find a bone, I didn't find one, but my third time I checked, I think I found one with 22. Maybe a good bone this time.
Sure. Yeah, you find another one.
So
So giants have a thing that says psionic immunity. The giant is immune to all psionic powers and effects.
nat 20 to unlock it.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
Okay, you manage to get your hands unlocked from the manacles while the giants are not paying attention. And they're talking about some sort of sacrifice to the volcano that'll bring a good harvest. They
At any
mention
point, are these guards going to fall asleep from being drunk?
yeah, eventually. It's only been a little while though. You've been in here for maybe half an hour.
I will ask what sacrifice they're talking about and choked out pterodactyl shrieks.
The
I keep
giants.
the shackles like on me to make it look like I'm shackled still. But
The
I'll
giants are not forthcoming. So there's a bit I'm supposed to read here. Let's see.
Oh yeah, Omen's not captured either. He's just freaking chilling.
So
The part he's
I wanna
about
make
to
sure
read
that
is,
I,
"You're screwed and you're all dead."
I unlocked my shackles, but I keep them like on my arms to make it look like I'm still shackled.
All right. After a while, there's a bugling, and these giants are going to move to the front here.
Wait, did either of them have keys on them?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I take those with telepathy with telekinesis and just put them back?
They would definitely notice.
Okay, never mind. I'll just try to. Does anyone
That's what I was
want
wondering
their
if you're gonna fall
bonds
asleep.
undone before this happens? I ask everyone in both parties if they want their ties undone before whatever's going on.
Might be a good idea to keep them on when they come to inspect this.
Very well. I just kind of fake put mine back on.
Yeah, I'm just.
The king
If
comes in
you
the room.
communicate with me, I'll tell you. It might be better to just have them like hidden, even if you get on free, just in case.
Oh, the
Oh
king
wait,
of Persia's.
crap. Almost forgot. Krios, tell him you can use Zone of Truth and see if that does anything.
On the Urkites?
No, like tell the Giant King that you have access to a truth spell, and he can test it with other people if he wants. And that, I mean, it probably won't work. He'll just assume it's cheating magic, but might as
I don't
well.
even know. I don't even know if I have that.
Who the frick is this?
Okay, a little while later, the bugling summons the giants out into the hall. And a moment later, the chieftain will enter the room with a man at his side. Tagging behind the chieftain enters a familiar face.
What?
He says, Chief, if you want to keep them here, you had better have someone remove the crystal shard from that one and put it with the rest of the booty you took off this lot. Oh yeah, they took a lot of your stuff, your equipment and whatnot.
Well, hold on. Oh my gosh.
Of course
So
they do.
I was waiting to teleport. Can I teleport before he does that and just throw a dagger and teleport away?
Yeah, you can be sneaking around after escaping. That's fine.
It's the
Okay.
mystery man.
But before they try to take the dagger, I'm gonna go ahead and flick my wrist and teleport into some kind of mouse hole alcove and try to sneak away.
Here, we'll say you're hidden around the corner here somewhere nearby.
Okay.
You've been keeping an eye on things. Maybe there's guards looking around for you, like, where he go? Me no. And they're searching in this corner over here. Okay, if you haven't figured it out, the man at his side is the man of nightmares.
You
The what?
got out.
The Nightmare Man, the creature from your dreams that slew your kanks.
What?
Oh, this fucker.
Oh,
You killed Betty?
It seems like
her.
he was the one who whispered into the king's ear and told the king that you were here to steal his treasure.
Can I still telepathy or detect thought or like no telepathy? I want a telepathy, just the regular sorcerer version I have of that I don't need a focus for.
Against Arvigo here?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, he's got an amulet that blocks it.
So I can't even communicate with him.
No, he's got an amulet that blocks it.
Okay,
The
then.
giants might not be aware of psionics, but Arvigo certainly is as a master of the psionic powers. Master of the way. Arvigo, whispering sweet nothings into the chieftain's ear. The chieftain, with his cheek and his eye twitching, seems ever so charmed by the powers of Arvigo. Which seems weird, because giants are immune to psionics, aren't they? Arvigo has some extra thing going on that allows him to bypass immunity to psionics, it seems.
I
will tell Arvigo in more pterodactyl shrieks. I am very disappointed.
So Arvigo has the crystal shard that gives psionic powers. That was in... Was that in your hands, Ringside?
I
Yes.
had that.
You had it. Okay, they can't take it from you. Arvigo will say, make sure you find the one that got away. He has a crystal you must take from him immediately.
I think. Wait, I have a psionic crystal. It's at the end of my little pokey stick.
They don't know about your item. Your item was confiscated, but they don't know that it does the same thing that the crystal does.
Oh, then I'll shut my mouth then.
or
Why do you
Great
want
king,
that?
why do you work with this little man?
He's under some sort of
Persuasion.
The king-
some sort of spell.
The king just kind of ignores you. He only came here because he's actually been summoned by Thoviderak. And he points and he says, "Come!" And the cell is opened and Thoviderak is taken out. And they leave.
Wait, who? What? Is that one of the?
The head Templar, Thoviderak. He's taken out of the cell and brought to a meeting with the
spoken?
king.
One of the Urkites, yeah. The Templar.
Do you see this one in the middle here on the thing? That's the guy.
Okay, so I can't cast spells right now. Yes.
The field that the druid puts up does block most things in between the cells. There's like protective anti-magic and anti-other things on the walls that deflect a lot of stuff. I
I
don't
will
know.
attempt to.
It's vague.
Wait. So I still have my spellcasting focus then.
Most of your stuff would have been taken away, but if it was like in a pocket or something, maybe not.
I
They
forgot
can't
what my
fit their
focus
giant
action
fingers in your
was
pockets.
this time.
Yeah, they would probably just grab away your armor and your weapons and a backpack. But if
Did
you
they
had
grab
something
my,
hidden
bag
away,
of holding if it's my pocket?
the bag of holding, yeah, the bag of holding would be taken. Does that fit in a pocket?
Yeah, it's just a pouch, I think.
I don't know about that. I'd look that up.
Oh, okay, I found it. It was my wooden staff. Would they have taken just a stick?
Yeah, they would, unfortunately. Stick counts as a
Okay.
weapon. They take your weapons. Okay.
Hold up. They
Okay.
wouldn't take my.
and-
Oh. If
Oh,
they
is he
didn't notice
dumb?
my hair, they'd maybe not notice my earring.
Oren, you'll notice the giants take a lot of treasure from the party. You probably can only carry one or two things in secret. Would you like to try to steal one of your friend's things back?
Yes. So in particular, I would be looking for. Well, we've got spell focus. They didn't take the shard from ring sight.
Well, he had his weapon that gave him that power, and they did take that. Do you want to grab the short sword, the winged elephant short sword?
Yes. I'm gonna try to take that, and most of the things that are small, I don't know if I can get Taurus's weapon, but
Yeah, I don't think so. That
that's
one's
too big.
huge.
that would be a challenge for me.
Don't worry, I got fists.
Right.
I still got my cloak on though,
I
right?
again
Are your
won't
fists
know.
magical?
I do.
Like they wouldn't take my clothes.
I will
would
tell
they?
everyone.
Now,
Your
clothing they wouldn't
clothes.
take.
I will tell everyone in my party. I will tell everyone in my party. I can just choose to leave.
Through what means?
One of my tattoos has gaseous form, so unless that is somehow turned off.
Oh,
So
Nice.
I will ask them. I could maybe take something quickly. What must I save? And I grab the short sword for Ringset. Ringset, I have your sword.
No, you can't even communicate with them. They're like in a different part of the stockade. So you're on your own,
Oh,
basically.
shit.
It's up to you to choose what items.
No, but my mental telepathy doesn't work.
I don't think he can add you to that if you're not like in the room since
No,
since you went
You
away.
were- You were all
okay, fine. Okay, fine.
telepathic bond applied to everyone.
Except
Everyone. in my
we
party,
retroactively
including
said that he
telepathic.
never even went to the cells, so you couldn't do it
Oh,
because
okay,
he wasn't there.
okay. That's fine.
Oh,
That's fine.
Okay.
At that case, what I will do is I will just take the sword for the weapon for ring sight, Grimorn. What? Maybe the helm? Maybe. Is that what it is?
For what?
I don't think that was taken.
Okay.
That would be my bag of holding or my staff. I do have a.
Wait a second. If there's a bag of holding, you can just put various stuff in there.
Yeah, I'll grab the bag of holding, and and then just put, the things in there.
So after a little bit of time passes and the meeting is concluded, Thovederic is coming back into the room, and he says to you, "My friends, I have some excellent news for you. After a long discussion with the chieftain, I have managed to guarantee a safe passage from this place and onward to the road of fire. It seems even the chieftain recognizes the true power of Hamanu and does not wish to invoke his
We all
wrath.
get left.
Therefore, we are to be set free." And the giants open up the cells for all of Hamanu's men to step out. And they are like, "Yeah, Thovederic!" And
Now, were they stolen from?
yeah, their equipment was taken as well.
Okay.
So you're not coming back then, are you?
Who, me?
Thovederic turns to you and says, "However, there is one condition that we must meet if we are to escape. The giants still wish to make their sacrifice to the lake in 2 days' time, and to do this they need some prisoners. Therefore, my comrades and I will leave to complete our quest, while you shall remain here to entertain the giants. If you see what I mean. I'm sorry to have to do this to you, but to be honest, you were our prisoners anyway. Whatever the outcome of this quest, you would have been put to death eventually. So farewell, my friends. I don't think we'll be meeting again. Not in this world, anyway."
Hey, I want to try
I
and take one thing. Hold on, but before Ringside, but before I do that, so their stuff was taken, right?
Yeah, a bunch of their items were taken.
I want to take, wasn't it the ban?
banner?
I was a banner. That's what I was calling the battle standard. That's what I wanted to take. If I can take that, and hide it away somewhere, because it won't fit in the bag of holding. But I want to take that from the riches.
So if you look at the piles of items that were taken, you see Ulrig's halberd, her army standard. That's what you grabbed. The army standard is quite large. You're not going to be able to sneak around with that.
I'm not going to sneak around with it. I want to hide it someplace. I want to just, shoot.
It is a giant. We're in a giant's place, so
right.
it would fit in. Yeah. All the like a rack of giants weapons.
I could find what I say is a crack in sidewalk or something like that.
Let's see. They took her plate mail. They took her great axe.
Can't take that.
Tectoray's got swords. He's got a spiked shield, a Githka. It's like a spear type weapon.
Oh, okay.
Tyrion had a Makahuatl and a shield.
I would take the spell focus from the Defiler.
Chainmail.
The Defiler is pretty strong.
Yeah, I want to get the battle standard, and I don't get to use what Taurus is saying, but if I can take anything like that I recognize as magical, I'd like to take that.
Everything that Hamanu's men had was magical. I mean,
right, but
Did you have a particular one of their sets of items that you wanted to dig into?
Was it Dokula's? Dokula had daggers, wasn't it?
Dokula's daggers. All right, you see a belt of throwing daggers that Dokula had on her at one point.
Those were the ones that were that she was going to give to me anyway. I think, if I recall.
And there's also a ruby-hilted steel dagger that looks valuable.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm focused on. Okay.
She also had a bone. She had a bronze and bone-handled short sword. Was her other weapon that she had there? Oh, she also has an ancient short bow.
Okay. I want.
While you figure that out.
To know. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You first. I've had my time.
I just wanted to. I was trying to say, like, while he was like, "If you see what I mean," I was like, "You are incompetent, arrogant, and will likely be horribly maimed due to this decision."
Basically, you say, "We'll have our revenge," huh?
Yeah, I'll tell them.
No, not even that. It's not even "we'll have our revenge." It's "this is a stupid idea."
Oh yeah.
I'm not I'm not saying curse you. I'm saying this is dumb.
Well,
Fair
I
enough.
tell- I-
Fair enough.
I tell them as soon as we catch up to you, I will sacrifice you so you burn till eternity.
Yeah. All right. Threats. He doesn't think you're
I
gonna
tell,
live past the
I
next
tell
couple
Ulrich.
days.
I tell Ulrich, when I see you next time, you're gonna have my babies.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
What? The, oh, Jesus Christ! What swagger?
No way.
What's...
She assumes
They took my circlet of intelligence. What do you want? I just say this stuff again.
I rolled a nat 20 for the reaction to that. So Ulrich is going to laugh at you and say, "Deal. If you survive this, we'll do the deed."
What? Oh my God!
oh my
But
God.
she clearly only
I
said
am
that
inspired now.
she clearly
Someone write
only
this
said that
down.
assuming you will die.
But okay, okay. I'm glad I'm
My
not
guy is
there because
motivated now.
I'd be floored. I'd be floored.
My guy is motivated now. What they don't notice is that my hands are untied right now.
All right.
Like I've already figured out my shackles and shit. I am miles ahead of this shit. We are doing things. I am not a slave, okay?
Meanwhile,
I say that too. I go, I know slave. I see you soon. Keep it one from me.
All right.
meanwhile, Taro is dying over there. Are you breathing, Taro?
Are you guys ready to get hit by the real heavy shit? You thought
Wait.
that was bad. Okay.
I want to see what Orange does.
That
quick.
scene's going further because I want to come back to my scene before they go away. But go ahead. What you first, please?
yes, please get back.
Well, we
back to
can
the
we can
thing
just
first.
say that you steal some items, and we'll get back to that later. We'll figure
Deal,
out
okay,
which
fine.
ones. We'll just say that you did it
Randomize
for now.
If you really can't decide.
So, sitting within the darkness of your cramped cell, you wait. Several times you've examined the doors and walls for signs of an escape
Are they still
route.
here?
The two giant guards are here. The others have left.
But
Oh.
you're okay. Urkids are gone.
Can they
Yeah.
see me? They can see me?
The two giant guards are across from the cells, and one of them has his back to you. The other one can see in your direction. But they've both been drinking, so they're not paying super close attention.
I'd like
Tauros,
to stealth
What
check.
the hell?
See if
I,
I
I
can just
think
get out
that'd be
of
sleight of
their
hand.
sight.
You want to sneak past them?
No, I just want to sneak up and see if I can get to the cell door and fuck with it.
Yeah, all right. Roll your stealth, and I will roll a couple perception checks.
If I see you doing that, I'm gonna tell you not to.
17? And I'm gonna keep the manacles on me, but I'm just gonna try to like nonchalantly just walk up to the door and just kind of look at the lock and just see if I can.
Okay, so this giant
figure out-
didn't see anything, but the one that was facing you, he sees you move away from your manacles, and he's going to jump up. Ah, he's getting away! And he hops over the
No,
other
no, no.
giant.
I said I have the manacles on, like they're just on my wrists, like they're
Yeah,
not
well.
just locked.
Well, this one saw you, and he says, "That one looks like he's moving around. I think something's up."
Well, I'll just look at the. I just want to. I'm not gonna touch the locks or act like or try to make it obvious I don't have the manacles. But
The manacles were attached to the
lock.
wall, so you're just sort of like at the
Oh.
extent of the reach of the manacles, and you were unable to move away towards the
Okay.
cells without him jumping at you.
Well, that changes
I
it.
knock over a mug.
Um,
I use telekinesis to knock over a mug.
Okay, you knock
I
over one
want
of the
to-
mugs. The
It's a
giant
very
curses.
I want to look at the lock and see if I can figure out like what kind of lock it is, if I have the right size bone for it.
It's very crude. The giants do not make complicated locks. It's just got a simple tumbler.
17. Okay. At 17, can I tell what the
Can you-
DC is for that?
10.
A 10? Oh shit! We can
And the
do this.
giant can the giant barbarian stop trying to be a rogue for a few seconds?
Well, I mean, it's a 10 if you have lockpicks, but I mean, you don't have the right tools,
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
I got a bone, so it's probably like 15, 20.
yeah, something
So
like that.
I need to ask clarifying questions.
You knocked over a drink. They're distracted a little bit.
No, not about that. Like
Okay.
about several different things.
Okay, go for it.
One, how long has it been since the Harmonu gang got released?
I mean, it depends. Did you want to do something before they took off?
No, I just need to like maximum latest.
I mean, I was gonna go several hours later.
Okay,
Well,
fair
before
enough.
they do, I'd like to-
Guy with the items hasn't come back yet. My brain skipped his name for a second.
Or
Or
no, he's laying low. If he gets away from his hiding spot, the giants will spot him. They're looking for him. He has to sneak around.
Yeah.
There is an active and aggressive
Okay.
hunt for him, but he's too good at stealth. They just can't find him. Their investigation is real bad. They're not very bright. They can't
I see
imagine
any-
places he could hide.
Can I see any easy ways I can escape from this cell without using magic?
Yeah, like picking the lock, getting out, sneaking around. All obvious ways.
I mean, but they're like right there.
Right.
How long before
Well,
I can-
you would
how long can I-
you definitely want to wait until they pass out. Although, even though they're getting really drunk, it seems like giants have an amazing tolerance to alcohol.
As
I
expected.
see.
If as time
Okay,
goes by, how long do I have
lastly-
to wait till I do my next checks to like see if I can sneak up to the lock?
So there's an event I'm trying to
We're gonna
read
keep-
that I've been trying to read for a few minutes now, but it's like long and super important. So
Oh,
I mean, do you want to fuck that up for me? Is that what's going on?
No, no, we're good.
Okay, let me continue then. Sitting within the darkness of your cramped cells, you wait. Several times you have examined the doors and walls for signs of an escape route, and so far you have found nothing. Your hearts are heavy and your morale low. It appears that you will soon be sacrificed to the Great Lake, and all because of the treachery of the Urakites. You curse their very souls for what they have done to you, and vow that should you live, you will pay, or they will pay, for their betrayal. As you sit on the
Shut up,
straw-covered
game. You
floor,
can't tell us what to do.
I know the game assumes a lot, right? As you sit on the straw-covered floor of your cells, you hear a voice. At first, you look at each other through the bars, but none of you have spoken. When you hear it again, distant and somewhat distorted, you recognize the voice. It's Korganard, your patron.
What?
So Korganard's voice becomes clear.
Oh, greetings. Mark.
Yet almost immediately you can sense that he's in great pain and that this long-distance communication is extremely difficult for him. You strain your ears to make out his psionic words, but realize that the voice is all inside your head. Although his voice is weak and his words are often garbled, Korganard tells you, "It was a trap! The Order! They must not succeed! You must escape! You must follow the fire road. I am lost. You must follow the fire road. You are the only hope. Must escape." And then you don't hear him anymore.
Can I try to send him one thing back before that happens?
Sure.
It will be done.
All right. So here you are, left in the dark, cold of night, in a prison cell, robbed of your items, robbed of your freedom. Possibly your patron far across on the other side of the world, maybe dead or alive, who knows. You're put in a terrible predicament.
I believe it is time. Sorry.
Time to escape?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I believe it's time we stop entertaining these giants.
Hmm.
Well, and they will take us to the fire road. That's where we're supposed to go now.
Malik shows up.
Wait. Sorry, I forgot to ask. Who's the Order? Who was he talking about? Or did we not know that?
Who is the Order? But now you have a name
we
to
don't.
go to your villain.
Mysterious.
Probably that guy, the nightmare guy, is part of the order.
Yep. Arvego, member
Yeah,
of
and
the
those
secret
assassins
order.
that try to kill us too. What happens when Malik comes in?
Hmm. The giant guards have fallen asleep,
Malik.
their heads peacefully laid on the table, and then, to your astonishment, you see Malik, the giant who guided you to the island. He enters the room. He ignores the sleeping guards and walks over. He stops in front of Taurus, and he looks at Taurus. A little bit of mutual respect that Taurus is also giant kin. Joda?
Wait. Is he
Oh.
smart enough to
Look at him
realize
like-
he already escaped?
No,
He puts his finger to his lips and says, "Shh." "Being quiet," he whispers. "I come you to get out."
Oh. Well, I know slave. I already free.
You show him that you've already untied yourself?
Yeah, I just kind of like
I will-
I hint. Well, I just hint
I
at it. I hint
will-
at it. I don't know if I trust him yet.
All right. Well, Malik is going to explain to you. "Father, take all treasure for self. Take all Malik pieces too. Me and friends get you out, back to Bitterwell. Then you pay Malik and friends, yes? You look to the guards who are beginning to snore loudly. What are you going to say?
Of course
We'll
we'll
see.
pay you. And your
When
king
I
is
get out
possessed.
here, I tell him when I get out here, I killed that man, the little guy. I killed the little nightmare guy. He killed my cake. I love that cake.
Okay, so
I sucked the cake juice all night. It's the best cake juice ever. Now she dead. I killed him.
Okay, so that's probably a good stopping point. We've gone way late tonight, but so basically,
Yeah.
Malik is breaking off from his father. His father is super greedy and took all the treasure for himself. Malik wants you guys to give him treasure so that he can set up his own kingdom somewhere. But that means you guys are going to have to
I
recover
wanted.
your stuff. So that's going to be an interesting
Yeah.
thing. How are you going
I
to
wanted
sneak
to
around here,
tell
get your
Malik
stuff, and get
something.
out? No, he's right here. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I
before
mean,
the
if he's
session
the
ended.
prince, he can just take us around as prisoners.
If we kill that guy, he'll lose his power
Probably.
over the king, and the king will come back to his senses.
And then Malik can become
Yeah, I was
the
trying
heir
to tell him that.
properly.
It's not. I can't really be eloquent about it, but basically, your king is being puppeted by the small one. Also, we could have escaped as we pleased. We simply had no reason to yet. Thank you for your assistance, regardless of your motives.
He's going to sort of like arch his eyebrow and say, "How you get across Silt Sea without giant help?"
Hmm,
Good
that
point.
part is challenging.
I mean, you could get out of here, but can you get off the island?
I can.
I mean, technically, you could hop on your Terrax and fly out of here. So you
can
could
tell.
get out of here. Anybody who can fly can get out of here.
I didn't say that just now.
I could leave, but not that I would.
I can teleport us.
We could theoretically leave, but it'd be a lot of a hassle. Like, theoretically speaking, we could, like, bottleneck them all and do a giant combat thing where we just beat every single last one of them up and set up a big, complicated way off. But
They're
that'd be, like, a
CR13
lot of
each.
work.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
I don't think these guys are. These guys feel
These
like
guys are, like-
ogres or hill giants.
These guys are like CR13 each.
Yeah,
That's
they're
what I
pretty
said
strong.
earlier.
Wait, is that correct? Or did I just hear that wrong?
Giants are, on par with you guys.
No, I mean the small ones.
All the giants. They're all
So
basically
there's no stat difference between.
they're all basically storm giants.
The ones like Malik and
Oh.
the king and the shaman, they just have class abilities on top of it.
Yeah, the shaman is a
Oh.
druid on top of being a storm giant.
Oh, I critically
That's
underestimated the
freaking nutty.
situation. Man, they gave you the. All right, if this is the art that came with this, then they freaking severely did not do this justice because these guys look like chumps.
All right. They're pretty strong. I don't know. You guys have defeated many CR13 creatures, so I mean, 1-to-1, you guys can take one of these guys down. But there's a lot of them, so stealth is probably the better option here. You want to sneak around. The giants are not very aware, and they're incredibly dumb, so you can outsmart them, and you can use a little bit of stealth to get around this place. The trick is...
Trace.
The trick is, can you get your stuff and get the hell out of here without trouble?
We could
No.
conceivably, theoretically,
Okay.
just beat them, just beat them all up from this room because they can't fit multiple in here at the same time, especially if like Taurus blocks the way or if someone turns into a giant mechalot.
Oh my god, that would be a slog. That would just be like hours and hours and hours of killing one giant at a time.
And don't we have to go up the road of fire too? So we gotta escape and then go to the volcano or what?
Let's see. I have a map that I can show you in Discord.
Isn't
I
that
sort of forgot our quest. What was our quest? Go to the volcano.
Check this map out. Oh wait, I sent that to Jodav. Hold on. Let me put it in the,
Do I have
the
any
correct
idea what
Discord.
happened to Korganard?
Can I save the table?
Let me pack everything and then.
Krius, what is that picture of?
There's just monsters that I'm creating with the AI generator.
All right, it's good to save now. I never put Grimoire in the bag.
So, do I have any idea? What the frick? I'm gonna leave that alone for now and wait till I get more information. So I'm just gonna shut up. Do I have any idea what happened to Korganard?
They leave it intentionally vague. They only give you that one tiny paragraph of broken dialogue where he can barely get out 2 sentences, and that is it. And then you never hear from him again.
That was the point, like, where he just told us to work together with the Urukites, right? And that was it.
Previously, he said, work with the Urukites, get the artifact, like the scroll from the island, and then, we'll work with them in the meantime. But then something has gone terribly wrong. He went off on his own to complete another part of the quest to the northeast in the Halfling and Thrycreen area beyond the mountains. So if you want to find out what happened to Korganard, you will have to travel there and investigate.
So the
It's
map
a
here.
trap, basically. Basically. The emergency called back just to say, it's a trap.
He did, in fact, open with, it was a trap. So if you do go looking for him, you'll be walking into the same trap he walked into.
Well, I mean,
And he said to go
Sure.
to up the road of flame, no?
Yeah, he wants you to continue traveling northeast across the islands, the island chain, until you get to the final island, which is called Durgaz. And on Durgaz, that's where the monastery is.
So that's where we have to go first before we leave that place.
Yeah, if you look at that map, you can see Durgaz. Did it post? Yeah, it posted. All right, so if you look at that map, you can see Durgaz is in... you are on Lake Island. The next one is Schult, and then the Isle of Ash, and then Durgaz is beyond that. So that's where you're going. But
So
Malik
they didn't take
said he could take you to Bitterwell if you'd like to go to Bitterwell.
No, we want to
So
go
they
to
didn't take our-
Durgat first, no?
Yeah, I mean, that's an option. If you tell Malik, nah, let's just go straight to Durgaz, you can go straight across to Schult from here.
Well, there's no chance we can take on the Nightmare Man, right?
He left. He was only there briefly. He barely spoke to you, and then he left.
We're probably going to find him at Durgaz.
So is our current objective to continue to get the thing that we needed to get before, or do we want to go back to help Korganard?
Well, to save the world, You need to get the item.
Yeah, Korganar wanted us to go here for a good reason. So if we
yeah.
go back now, that's you know.
It seems as
Going
if
to the
it seems as if you'll have to complete both parts of the mission. You'll have to complete your part here, and then you'll have to go find what happened to Korganard and complete his part of the mission up there as well in order to save the day.
Once we go to the monastery, we go back to Bitterwell, and then we can teleport from Bitterwell. Once we get to Blacksmith, we can teleport back to Tyr.
Wait, does that teleportation take us anywhere we want?
No. It's a
Going back-
teleportation circle set up between this point and the fire temple at Tyr. So you
How
have to.
far away is the Temple of the Winged Elephant?
I'm not
It's
sure. Pretty
10
far.
days. It's 10 days from Tyr.
Yeah, we're
Well,
not
it's like
even.
I
halfway
mean,
between-
from the other place.
We're not
What
close at all.
city was that at? The Elephant Temple.
Silver. It was outside of Silver Springs.
Yeah,
Uh,
far away. That's like
About
south.
2 days
here.
from Silver Springs.
It was under
2 days
those.
from Silver Springs.
It was under those Oathend ruins, right?
It was where there was those what do you call them? All those brigands. Or...
How far is it? From
Yeah,
the
that's where
first
those raider
teleportation
guys
circle?
were.
Oh yeah, I remember them.
With
where we
with one
killed
of them
the-
was the Defiler.
Yeah, we've killed a defiler in that tower.
So yeah,